Devil fruits in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Three-Way Fight. The Devil's Big Stage. Come if you dare. For this mission, Roger has been waiting for more than 3 months. This is the mission he has been preparing for the longest time so far. Although he has been quite happy in the past 3 months. But the mission has been hanging there, and there is still a feeling that he is not very satisfied. This feeling is like an online novel author who wants to watch a good movie or go out for a date with his girlfriend, but has not completed today's guaranteed update. Although it's okay to update later, this matter will always be on his mind, making him feel that the girlfriend in front of him doesn't look as attractive as before. But now, everything is about to be settled. Iron Man Tony is now hovering in the air, and Ironmonger Obadiah is in the laboratory in the factory building. As long as he defeats Iron Man Tony and Ironmonger Obadiah in this battle, then this knot that has been entangled in his heart for more than 3 months will completely disappear. Thinking of this, Roger's mood has become much happier. Tony witnessed the entire process of the birth of the birdcage. At the same time, Jarvis also sorted out Roger's information and displayed it in front of him. Roger D. Wayne. Although Tony had never dealt with Roger and even met Roger in person for the first time today, but he was not unfamiliar with Roger. When Roger first appeared as the president of Shuko Limited, he noticed Roger. Of course, he was always interested in beautiful girls, not because Roger was good looking, but because of Roger's lawsuit against SHIELD. Ordinary people's understanding of SHIELD may still be limited to SHIELD being just a special official agency, but Tony is different. He had long known the true face of SHIELD from his father. More importantly, he later heard that the person who stole the shield from Captain America Rogers was Roger. What do you mean? After landing on the roof of the factory building like Roger, Tony's voice came out from the armor. Nothing, I just want to beat you two up. Roger, who was in a good mood, turned his head and looked at Tony and answered in a cheerful tone. It must be said that Tony's Iron Man suit still needs to be painted to look better. He had used wire armor to imitate Tony's Iron Man suit before. Although the shape is almost the same, it seems that the red and gold Mark III is a little better looking. Beat us two up. Tony didn't expect that Roger's answer would be this. You will know the answer soon. After saying that, he pointed to an exit of the factory building. His observation hacky told him that Obadiah, wearing the mass-produced Mark I prototype, would come out of that exit in a few seconds. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Obadiah, who looked like a steel giant, walked out of the factory building. After leaving the building, Obadiah soon found something wrong. The huge and conspicuous birdcage in the air caught his attention at the first time. Before he could react, Roger jumped from the roof of the factory building. Using the air path as a buffer, he came to Obadiah like a fallen leaf. Wayne, why are you here? Obadiah was slightly stunned when he saw Roger falling from the sky and appearing in front of him. Roger did not answer Obadiah's plan at all and directly raised his right hand. 5 color threads. 5 sharp threads of different colors attacked Obadiah like a sharp blade. Zizzy. When the 5 colored thread disappeared, Obadiah raised his right hand without any hesitation and activated the Gatling gun on his right arm. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The madly spinning Gatling gun fired bullets as if it was free. Although he activated his observation hacky, Roger didn't think he could easily avoid the rainstorm of bullets without using the power of the magma fruit. His thoughts raced, and he decided to hold back for the time being. The moment Obadiah raised his right hand, he activated the power of the string fruit again. String flow wall. A string wall made entirely of white strings, and with a dog head sculpture suddenly appeared in front of him. The bullets flying at high speed hit the string wall that didn't look very thick one after another. Although the 5 colored thread couldn't cut Obadiah's armor, the bullets he fired couldn't penetrate Roger's string flow wall either. Tony witnessed the battle between Roger and Obadiah on the roof of the building and didn't react for a while. He knew that Roger had some deals with Obadiah before, but the current scene was completely different from what he imagined. What on earth does this guy want to do? A question emerged in Tony's mind. But soon, he put this question behind him. Abadia is not a good person, but Roger doesn't look like a good person either. In this case, let's attack them at the same time. Tony did it as he said. He jumped down from the top of the building and flew towards Roger and Abadia downstairs. At the same time, he pointed both hands at Roger and Abadia respectively. Although there are several different weapons deployed on the Mark III, Tony does not have many choices. The retractable small anti-armor missile on the right arm and the palm pulse cannon on the left hand attacked Roger and Abadia respectively. Boom. The small anti-armor missile hit Abadia first, and the orange-red explosion flames exploded. At the same time, the pulse energy lightning, that cannot be detected by the naked eye, attacked Roger behind the linear flow wall. Although the pulse energy of the pulse cannon could not be seen with the eyes, the pulse energy like a shell clearly appeared in Roger's observation haki. Roger had no way to dodge the bullet storm of the Gatling gun, but it was not difficult for him to dodge the attack of the pulse cannon. When this invisible and colorless pulse energy was about to hit him, Roger silently stepped back a few steps and easily avoided the attack of the pulse cannon. Bang! The pulse energy hit the ground and blew a blast crater of several dozen centimeters on the ground. Tony's participation in the war was not bad news for Roger. From the moment the system issued the task, he was ready to deal with Tony and Abadia at the same time. But Abadia was different. He did not expect that Roger, who had a stable cooperation with him, would suddenly become his enemy. He did not expect that Tony would take the initiative to come to him wearing Mark III and attack him. In his memory, Tony was just a playboy with super high talent. But Tony now is completely different from what he imagined. Although the small anti-armor missile is small in size, its power is not small at all. Even inside the armor, Abadia felt a huge shockwave of the explosion. At this time, the development of things has completely deviated from Abadia's expectations. This is a very unpleasant thing for him who has always controlled everything. However, his unhappiness has just begun. After firing the small anti-armor missile at him, Tony did not stop attacking. Tony, who was flying, hit the mass-produced Mark I prototype like a meteor and aimed the palm pulse cannon at the head of the prototype. Bang, bang, bang. In just a blink of an eye, Tony fired 3 pulse cannons at the head of the mass-produced Mark I prototype. Although the palm pulse cannon of Mark III has good attack power, fortunately, Abadia's design concept for the mass-produced Mark I prototype is mainly based on sturdiness and durability. The huge size not only gave the prototype a more shocking sense of power, but also a more excellent defensive ability. Just as Abadia was about to grab Tony on his back, a huge lava fist appeared in front of him and Tony. Big fire. The huge lava fist made entirely of lava came to Tony and Abadia with a terrifying impact force like a volcanic eruption. Boom. Tony and Abadia had never thought that they would be attacked by a lava fist several meters long at this time. They were caught off guard and were hit without any suspense. The terrifying impact force of the lava fist, like a volcanic eruption, was not the whole of the big fire. When the lava fist hit Tony and Abadia, the huge lava fist turned into countless lava missiles like cannonballs, continuing to vent its terrifying attack power. Although Tony and Abadia's armors both have the ability to fly, they have no chance to take off in front of this lava missile like a cannonball storm. In just a blink of an eye, Tony and Abadia were blasted into the factory building by Roger's big flamethrower. The lava missiles flying everywhere not only further attacked the two of them, but also frantically destroyed everything in the building. After knocking Tony and Abadia away with a punch, Roger did not hesitate at all, and directly performed the shaving, and instantly appeared inside the building. While the huge Mark I prototype had not had time to get up, countless white silk threads flowed out of Roger's left hand. Thread binding coffin. These extremely tough white silk threads quickly wrapped around the mass-produced Mark I prototype like a python, tightly binding the limbs of the armor. The white silk threads wrapped around the limbs of the Mark I prototype did not wrap directly around the armor as before, but continued to fly around the building, wrapping around the load-bearing columns and various metal pillars in the building. In the end, these white silk threads returned to Roger's left hand, connected end to end. PS. Thanks to Madara and ZUIA Khan Bay for the rewards. Thank you for your support. Chapter 102, The Final Show. Part 3. Please subscribe. How heavy is the mass-produced Mark 1 prototype? Roger didn't know the exact data, but he was sure that the weight of the prototype was within his strength. Although a badass struggle required him to expend more strength to pull up the prototype, it was generally not a big problem. Abadia was a very experienced businessman, but he was not a qualified fighter. When the silk thread wrapped around the limbs of the prototype and pulled it up in the air, his first reaction was not to break free, but to try to attack Roger with the weapons on the prototype. Roger certainly wouldn't give Abadia such a chance. After pulling up the mass-produced Mark 1 prototype in the air, he suddenly exerted force with his left hand and pulled it back heavily. "Break it for me." At this time, Roger did not hold back and burst out his current limit of strength. At the same time, he controlled the silk thread to retract continuously. His goal at this time was very simple, that is, to completely tear off the limbs of the mass-produced Mark 1 prototype and turn this steel giant into a real cripple. Crack. The terrifying force kept pulling the prototype's limbs, causing the prototype's limbs to make a sound of being overwhelmed. Abadia and Tony had never thought that Roger, who looked gentle and polite, would actually use such a violent tactic at this time. What shocked them even more was that Roger seemed to be able to do this. Is this guy really still a human? Under the shocked eyes of Abadia and Tony, Roger shouted and pulled back with all his strength. Bang! The steel limbs of the mass-produced Mark 1 prototype broke under this terrifying pulling force. He actually did it? How is this possible? Tony, who was standing aside, was shocked after seeing this scene. He knew that there were some humans with extraordinary powers in this world, but this was the first time he witnessed this scene beyond his imagination. If Tony was only shocked by Roger's strength, then Abadia was at 10 at this time. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Abadia could not accept the scene in front of him. At this moment, he even ignored the impact of falling to the ground. He could not accept that the Iron Man suit that he had placed high hopes on would be destroyed in such a bizarre way. After tearing off the limbs of the prototype, Roger moved his slightly sore left hand. Then, he looked at Tony. Abadia had already done it. Without the prototype, Abadia was just a fat man with a deformed body, and he didn't need to be taken seriously at all. "Wait, maybe we can talk," Tony suddenly said, after seeing Roger looking at him. "Chat, of course." As soon as the voice fell, Roger disappeared from Tony's sight. Shave. In a short distance, the extreme speed brought by shaving can even easily break through the detection of Mark 3rd. In just a moment, Roger came in front of Tony. The right arm turned into a magma form. Hades. Roger didn't give Tony any time to react. His dark red lava fist hit the Mark 3rd's chest like a cannonball. The Mark 3rd, which could withstand tank shells and was made of gold titanium alloy, was no different from ordinary metal in front of the Hades. Roger didn't even feel any decent resistance. His right fist had already touched the arc reactor on Tony's chest. If he didn't stop at this time, Tony would be punched through the chest by the Hades like Bronski. But he didn't do it in the end. The mission only required him to defeat Tony, not to kill him. Killing Tony now would not only not bring him more gains, but also cause more trouble. When the right fist of the Hades was about to penetrate Tony's body, Roger retracted most of his strength. Bang. Even though he had retracted most of his strength, the terrifying impact of this punch still blasted Tony away and hit him heavily on the wall that had been hit by the volcanic missile. After leaving spider web-like cracks on the wall, Tony, wearing Mark 3rd, fell to the ground, gasping for air. Aside from being hit hard by the Hades, the moment Roger's high-temperature lava fist hit his chest, Tony felt an extremely strong breath of death. The breath of death he felt at that moment was even far greater than what he experienced when he was kidnapped in Afghanistan. However, just when he thought he was going to die, Roger just knocked him out. Although it felt bad to be knocked out, compared with the extremely strong breath of death, this pain was nothing. After knocking Tony out, Roger did not continue to attack Tony, but stood there and exhaled heavily. There was only one word in his mind now. That is, cool. The depression brought by more than 3 months of waiting was completely vented when he tore off the limbs of the mass-produced Mark I prototype and knocked Tony out. If it weren't for maintaining his image at this time, he would have an urge to roar to the sky. Just as he was enjoying the refreshing feeling of having his depression swept away, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Bounty mission, defeat Ironmonger Obadiah Stane and Iron Man Tony Stark at the same time. Mission reward: 30 million berries, full version of 6 styles. Mission progress, completed. Mission reward has been sent. The moment the system prompt sounded, he opened the system and took a look. In the column of combat moves, there was a part of the content. The original 6 styles, shave, disappeared. Instead, there was the full version of the 6 styles and 2 6 styles secrets. 6 styles, shave, iron block, paper painting, moonstep, storm kick, finger gun. 6 styles secret, 6 king's spear, maximum round 6 king's spear. In addition, his number of berries increased from the original 17 million to 47 million. As for the bounty, it is still 30 million berries. Although the bounty did not change immediately, he didn't care much. His attempt to increase his bounty through the impact of the event was just a trick. In game terms, it was a bit like using a bug. The mission had just been completed, and the impact of the event had not yet fully fermented. So the bounty had not changed for the time being, and it was not particularly strange. After closing the system page that only he could see, he ignored Tony and went straight to Obadiah, who could not remove his suit normally because his armor was damaged. Let's go. There is still one last show. Roger looked at Obadiah trapped in the armor and said with a smile. Then, he pulled up the prototype without limbs and walked out of the building. As soon as he left the factory building, he saw the police helicopter and news helicopter flying around the birdcage. He had anticipated this when he used the birdcage. In addition to being a means to prevent Obadiah and Tony from leaving, the birdcage also served to attract people's attention. However, he did not expect that the process of defeating Tony and Obadiah would be easier than he imagined. So the birdcage only served to attract people's attention in the end. However, this did not affect his next plan. When he removed the birdcage, the police and reporters who had been waiting outside for a long time, as well as a group of overly curious spectators, quickly rushed over. Although their previous fight was not as fierce as imagined, the momentum of the fight still spread. Apart from other things, the sound of machine guns and explosions alone were enough to attract people's attention. In the following time, Roger used the words he had prepared long ago to answer the questions of the police and reporters one by one. He did not reveal too much information that should not be disclosed. In his words, he became an entrepreneur with a strong sense of responsibility and good morals. I learned from some channels that Obadiah Stane provided military weapons to terrorists and that it was inextricably linked to the kidnapping incident that Mr. Tony Stark experienced in Afghanistan. As far as I know, the high-tech armor that Mr. Stane is wearing now was redesigned and developed based on the prototype that Mr. Stark used to escape from the terrorists. Although Mr. Stane and I haven't known each other for a long time, I don't want him to commit crimes in pursuit of economic benefits. I tried to persuade him to surrender, but his conscience had been blinded by interests. Not only did he have no intention of surrendering, he also used the newly developed high-tech armor to attack me. In order to protect my own safety, I had no choice but to counterattack Mr. Stane. Mr. Tony Stark, who didn't know the inside story, thought I wanted to hurt Mr. Stane and attacked me. Although there were some misunderstandings, Mr. Stark eventually understood the truth of the matter. Roger's words were not perfect, but they were enough to make his actions this time reasonable. The most important thing is that he didn't really hurt Tony and Obadiah. If he killed Tony and Obadiah, even if he only killed one of them, his words would not stand. But now, both Tony and Obadiah are still alive and well. Of course, Tony and Obadiah may refute his words, but it doesn't matter, because their positions determine that their words will not be as convincing as Roger's. Obadiah doesn't need to be mentioned. No matter what he says, people will doubt whether he is lying to get away with it. As for Tony, it's even simpler. Tony and Obadiah not only have a good personal relationship, but they are also close partners. His position is not as neutral as Roger's. The most important thing is that not all of what Roger said is false. In fact, a large part of it is true, except for his own purpose. Other things such as Obadiah selling weapons to terrorists and letting terrorists kidnap Tony are all verifiable facts. Of course, if Tony really wanted to refute his statement, Roger was also prepared for the follow-up. Chapter 103 Advanced Bounty Mission. Roger was being interviewed by reporters. The police were collecting evidence in the severely damaged factory building. At this moment, Tony, wearing Mark III, walked out of the factory building. If the police had not blocked the scene, these reporters would have rushed into the factory building. After walking out of the building, Tony opened his helmet visor and looked at Roger. Under the gaze of the police and reporters, he came to the prototype of the mass-produced Mark I and took out the small lock reactor on the chest of the prototype. After doing all this, Tony closed the visor and flew away without looking back. When Tony left, Roger answered the last few questions from reporters with the words he had prepared long ago, and finally used the air path to disappear from people's sight. Roger ignored Abadia. If nothing unexpected happened, Abadia would be detained by the local police. In the end, he died accidentally or committed suicide in the cell. From the moment Abadia cooperated with Hydra, he was doomed to have no good end. In order to prevent Abadia from revealing some information that should not be disclosed, Hydra will definitely shut Abadia up completely. The next day, Roger's battle with Tony and others in the factory became the headlines of the news without suspense. In Abadia's personal computer, the police found evidence that Abadia sold weapons to terrorists and asked terrorists to kidnap Tony. More importantly, the police found all the information of the mass-produced Mark I prototype in his computer. There was even relevant information about the Mark I set that Tony built himself. The appearance of these materials proved Roger's previous statements and became the most favorable evidence to prove Abadia's crimes. However, Abadia did not wait for his trial in the end. On the third day of his imprisonment, news came that Abadia committed suicide in prison. At the same time, a small fire broke out in the police's evidence room. On the fifth day after the battle, Stark Industries held a press conference. Tony attended the press conference and made a standard official statement on what happened a few days ago. "I'm Iron Man." Tony finally said this classic line in front of all the major media. Roger did not witness this classic scene of Tony. After Abadia committed suicide, he returned to Los Angeles. But before returning to Los Angeles, he had an unknown meeting with Tony. It was a quiet night. Roger had just finished communicating with Jessica and was lying on the bed thinking about the ultimate mystery of the universe. At that time, Jarvis hacked into his mobile phone. He was in the sage state and had no intention of going out to meet Tony. But he finally went to Tony's seaside mansion. The day after meeting Tony late at night, Roger left Los Angeles and returned to New York with Jessica. A secret safe house of the Hand in Queens. In this secretly renovated safe house, Roger was fighting with Luke Cage. At this time, he was testing the power of the 6 styles and the 2 secrets on Luke Cage. Luke Cage has an invulnerable defense and a regeneration ability 3 times faster than that of ordinary people. It is perfect to use him to test the power of the 6 styles. Of course, in order to avoid accidentally killing Luke Cage, Roger only used less than 1/3 of his strength to fight Luke Cage. The 6 styles are indeed a physical skill that exceeds the limit of human physical fitness. Even if he only used less than 1/3 of his strength and did not have the ability to use any fruit, Roger still easily suppressed Luke Cage. Although the 6 styles given by the system only have original moves and do not include any extended applications. However, after a few days of practice and development, Roger developed several good extended moves. It is said to be development, but in fact it is just imitating the use of Luxie and others. Luxie and others have already developed a lot of useful extended moves, so there is no need to continue to waste their brain cells to develop them by themselves. Besides, how can fighting moves be called stealing? This is called reasonable reference and reference. Roger spent more than half a month sparring with Luke Cage during the day and sparring with Jessica and Erica at night. During this half month, he did not go out to show his face, but patiently digested his gains. After this period of fermentation, his card system bug to brush the bounty finally came to fruition. Bounty: 70 million berries. Although it is still a long way from the 100 million berries he wanted. However, Roger was also very satisfied with the amount of 70 million berries. Just when he was planning to continue this low-key life for a while, he suddenly received a call from Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn did not say much on the phone, but only said that he hoped to meet him tonight. The meeting place was not somewhere else, but Norman Osborn's manor in the suburbs. Roger did not refuse Norman Osborn's invitation, and agreed on the spot. At night, in the study of the manor, Roger met Norman Osborn, who had not changed much, and just like last time, he saw the obese Senator Stern and Bucky, the first male model of Hydra, in the study. Bucky still looked like a stranger. When Senator Stern saw Roger coming, he showed a professional smile of a politician. Obviously, Norman Osborn did his old job as a middleman again this time. "Tell me, what do you want to see me this time?" Roger went straight to Senator Stern and sat down. "This is not the first time we have dealt with each other, so I will be frank. We hope that Wayne can help us get this thing." After speaking, Senator Stern handed a document to Roger. After opening the folder, a photo first appeared in front of him. "What is this? Is Hydra playing so big now?" Roger is not unfamiliar with the things in the photo. Perhaps anyone who knows a little about the Marvel world will not be unfamiliar with it. The Cosmic Cube. The thing in the photo is nothing else but the Cosmic Cube. This thing is called the Cosmic Cube. It once belonged to us, but was later taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. We hope you can help us get it back. We have investigated the location of the cube, but we can't take it away quietly. We know that you have some very useful special abilities, Roger. If you are willing to bring the cube out to us, no matter what you want, we can satisfy you. Senator Stern's voice sounded slowly. Roger didn't care what Senator Stern said. He was now looking at the bounty task just given by the system. The cosmic level treasure of the Cosmic Cube activated the bounty task without any suspense. And unlike the tasks he had performed before, the task given by the system this time was a little different. Advanced bounty task, obtain the Cosmic Cube, and destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Primary reward, obtain the Cosmic Cube. Fruit and domineering level are all increased by 1 level. Intermediate reward, destroy 1 organization. Sparkling Fruit. Advanced reward, destroy 2 organizations. Tremor Fruit. Task time limit, 1 year. After seeing the task given by the system, Roger was stunned for a moment. The Cosmic Cube is indeed a cosmic treasure, and the tasks activated are completely different. This is a high-level bounty task, and it is a high-level bounty task with a time limit. More importantly, the system gave him a reward that he could not refuse. Not to mention the primary reward, the level of the fruit and the domineering power are all increased by 1 level, which can save him a lot of time for training. The shining fruit and the tremor fruit are the real highlights. Even if there is only one of the fruits, the reward of this task is enough to make people excited. Not to mention there are 2. It is worthy of being a high-level bounty task, and the rewards given are relatively high level. If I can get all these rewards, then, seeing the shock on Roger's face, Senator Stern showed an expression of as expected. Although Roger is the most popular supernatural ability user recently, in Senator Stern's view, he is just an Avorish with no background. In front of such a magical treasure as the Cosmic Cube, Roger, who is like an Avorish, was really shocked. However, he never expected that what shocked Roger was not the Cosmic Cube, but the task reward given by the system. I can take out the Cosmic Cube and give it to you, but I want to know what kind of reward you can give me. Don't tell me that no matter what I want, you can satisfy me. I'm a more realistic person, and like things that can be seen and touched. The information provided by Senator Stern only had an introduction to the Cosmic Cube, but no specific location of the cube. In order to facilitate the next task, Roger didn't mind fooling Hydra first. He would definitely take the Cosmic Cube, but not for Hydra, but for his own task. After reading the reward given by the system, he silently labeled Hydra as about to be destroyed. How about $1 billion US? It is not known whether Hydra is really rich, or they are prepared not to pay the bill from the beginning. Senator Stern gave a very surprising reward. Okay. Roger deliberately thought about it for a while, and then gave his answer. It didn't matter whether Hydra gave money or not, he didn't plan to hand over the Tesseract to them anyway. Okay. When we take action, we will notify you in advance, and the Winter Soldier will go with you to help you share some of the pressure. No problem. Stern did not tell Roger the location of the Tesseract directly. Obviously, Hydra was not so confident in him. Roger did not say anything about this arrangement of Hydra. Chapter 104 Infiltration. After leaving Norman Osborn's manor, Roger returned directly to the building where he lived. Although the system gave him a high-level bounty mission, the difficulty of the mission was worthy of the prefix high level. Not to mention that there was a 1-year mission deadline. It was not an easy task to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra within a year. At least he was not very sure now. But no matter how difficult the mission was, he could only bite the bullet and do it. The Twinkle Twinkle Fruit and the Tremor Fruit had already appeared on the list of fruits he had to obtain before he crossed over, and they were ranked very high. He had been prepared to save Berry and then buy these 2 fruits from them all. But now, the system actually put these 2 fruits in front of him as mission rewards. Time passed day by day. Hydra did not contact him to take action immediately. On such days, he waited for a week. When Roger began to doubt whether Hydra still wanted the Cosmic Cube, he finally received the action news from Hydra. At night, at a private airport, Roger met Senator Stern and Winter Soldier Bucky again. In addition to the 2 of them, he also saw 5 soldiers wearing black combat uniforms. These 5 soldiers were both male and female, white and black, and all exuded a heart-pounding cold breath. What surprised him even more was that, after using his observation hacky to sense these 5 soldiers, he found that they were all enhanced soldiers. This level of enhancement, Roger could be sure that what they used was definitely not the enhanced serums he had sold to Hydra before. The enhanced serums he sold to Hydra could not reach this level of enhancement. And if we only look at the life strength, their life strength is actually higher than that of the Winter Soldier Bucky. Are these the Winter Soldiers hidden by Hydra? Others may not know, but Roger knows that Bucky is not the only Winter Soldiers in Hydra. They will cooperate with your action this time. The Cosmic Cube is now in a research institute jointly established by S.H.I.E.L.D. and NASA. This institute is a scientific research institute that studies cosmic rays, and the Cosmic Cube is in the laboratory underground of this institute. As far as we know, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not only studying the energy of the Cosmic Cube, but also studying related energy weapons. Stern introduced the situation of the institute to Roger, while handing him the internal structure diagram that had been prepared long ago. After taking the structure diagram and quickly browsing it, Roger and the Winter Soldier and others boarded the helicopter that had been prepared long ago. The institute that studies the Cosmic Cube is not in New York, but in a plane outside New York. Even if you take a helicopter to go there, it will take at least more than an hour to get there. Like Bucky, the other people in the special forces also have a cold look on their faces that say keep away from strangers. Looking at Bucky sitting in front of him, Roger suddenly said, "Your metal arm is pretty handsome." Bucky looked up at Roger and still said nothing. "Don't be so cold. We are teammates now. Proper communication will be beneficial to our future cooperation." Bucky still didn't speak. Not only Bucky didn't speak, but others also didn't speak. Seeing Bucky who was not moved at all, Roger decided to use his big move. Do you still remember Rogers? Steve Rogers, the little guy who stuffed newspapers into his shoes. After hearing Captain America's name, Bucky finally had a different reaction. He slowly raised his head, and then his metal left arm attacked Roger like lightning. Bang! At the moment, when Bucky swung his fist, Roger also raised his left hand and grabbed Bucky's powerful metal fist. "It seems that you still have some impression." As soon as Roger finished speaking, the special forces in the cabin drew their weapons and pointed their guns at him. "Don't be so nervous, it's just a joke." As he spoke, Roger released Bucky's fist. Judging from the actions of these people, the order given by Hydra was obviously not as simple as cooperating with themselves. No one answered Roger, and the atmosphere in the cabin fell into silence again. After more than an hour of flight, the helicopter landed on the plain near the research institute surrounded by a large number of radars. In order not to attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., the helicopter will not go directly to the research institute. After getting off the helicopter, Roger used the wire armor that he had not used for a while. This time, he did not make himself an armor like Iron Man, but imitated the combat uniforms worn by Bucky and others. After the level of the thread fruit was raised to LV3, he could already use silk threads to make all kinds of clothes he wanted. And unlike before, when he could only keep the silk threads pure white, he can now control the color of these silk threads at will. In a few seconds, a complete set of black combat uniforms appeared on him. He even took some time to make himself a mask of the same style as the Winter Soldier. After completing the disguise, he used the power of the door fruit and opened a space door in front of him. Let's go. After pushing open the space door in front of him, that seemed like an illusion. Roger walked in first. When he entered the green space inside the door, Buggy and others came in one after another. Hydra didn't know about his ability, but he didn't mind showing it in front of the Winter Soldier. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the Winter Soldier, Buggy and others, should have no chance to return to Hydra. According to the architectural drawings provided by Hydra before, Roger in the green space quickly locked the laboratory where the cosmic cube was located. He did not open the space door to the laboratory directly, but opened the space door in the aisle next to the laboratory. A few seconds later, they walked out of the green space. The cosmic cube is in the laboratory in front. There are not many guards inside. Let's fight quickly. After sensing the situation in the laboratory through the observation haki, Roger said slowly. He did not arrange any tactics. The people present were all experienced fighters, so there was nothing to arrange. Just push it straight over. The enhanced fighters looked at each other and then walked straight to the laboratory. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots rang out one after another. Not long after the gunshots, the piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire facility. Roger followed the enhanced warriors into the laboratory. He did not use the power of the devil fruit, nor did he use the sixth style, but like the enhanced warriors, he shot with the rifle he had just taken from Buggy. Although the guards in the laboratory were also agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had received professional combat training, they could not even put up an effective resistance in front of Roger and his men. Before long, the guards in the laboratory were shot dead one by Roger and his men. After getting rid of these guards, Roger came to the cosmic cube installed in a circular device. Just as he was about to take out the cosmic cube from the device, Buggy grabbed his hand. "I'll keep the cosmic cube." Buggy said the first words of the night. At the same time, the other 5 people pointed their guns at Roger. "If you want to die, then shoot." After saying that, Roger's right hand suddenly exerted force and shook off Buggy's metal arm. He ignored Buggy and the 5 enhanced warriors behind him and took down the cosmic cube. Then, he put the cosmic cube into a metal suitcase in the laboratory. This suitcase was not an ordinary suitcase. It contained instruments tailored for the cosmic cube. He had just installed the cosmic cube when the gunshot rang out again. The gunshots were not fired by the enhanced warriors of Hydra, but by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although they were caught off guard, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a professional agent structure after all. Through the observation haki, Roger could clearly sense the guards who kept coming. He ignored the guards who kept coming and used the power of the door fruit again. The illusory space gate appeared in front of him again. As soon as the space gate was formed, Roger walked in with the suitcase. If he wanted, he could close the space gate now and leave Buggy and others in the laboratory. However, he did not do so. When Buggy and others all entered the green space, he lifted the space gate. In the green space, Roger put down the briefcase and turned to look at the Winter Soldier and others. Chapter 105 I'm invincible. I'll have to do it to you sooner or later anyway, and you just happen to have a similar mission. Then I think we won't wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger used the power of the magma fruit, and hot dark red magma continued to flow out of his arms. When he received the high-level bounty mission given by the system, it was destined that there would be a battle between him and Hydra. Although the strength of Buggy and these 5 enhanced warriors is not particularly top-notch, they are also a good force in Hydra. Therefore, it is a wise decision to weaken the power of Hydra in advance before the official war. Looking at Roger, who suddenly used the power of the magma fruit, Buggy and the 5 enhanced warriors did not hesitate at all and pointed their guns at him. No one needed to give orders. When the guns were pointed at Roger, Buggy and the other 6 pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang 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 bang. Fierce gunshots suddenly rang out in the green space. Facing the attack of Buggy and others, Roger stood still, motionless, and let them attack him. Magma. The storm of bullets came in front of him in an instant and pierced his body without any suspense. At this time, Roger seemed to be baptized by the rainstorm, with his arms open and an expression of enjoyment on his face. Click, click, In a few seconds, the sound of the magazine being emptied reached his ears. Do you need time to reload? Don't worry, take your time, I'm not in a hurry. At this time, Roger still did not attack Buggy and others, and said casually, the moment he used the power of the magma fruit, he was already invincible. This is no longer a matter of flying dragon riding on the face, but a real invincibility. Unless Buggy and others can now take out Seaston bullets, or suddenly comprehend the armed color domineering. Otherwise, they will not even have the chance to touch their own entity. Looking at Roger, who was about to write the words I'm invincible now on his face, Buggy and others threw away the ordinary guns in their hands, and took out the special guns they had not used yet. When he first met Buggy and others tonight, Roger found that they had a lot of weapons on them. Moreover, there were some weapons that he had never seen before. Although he was not an expert in using firearms, he was not unfamiliar with conventional firearms. Hydra was not an ordinary villain organization. During World War II, they already had the technology to manufacture energy weapons. Although those energy weapons were developed using the cosmic cube's energy, Hydra's research on energy weapons was better than that of most countries and organizations. Even SHIELD was not as good as Hydra during World War II in this regard. The weapons that Bucky and others took out at this time looked like firearms. But unlike ordinary firearms, these weapons in their hands all emitted a faint blue light. In addition to these energy firearms, Roger also saw weapons such as energy grenades in their hands. Sure enough, they were well prepared. Roger did not care about the energy weapons in the hands of Bucky and others, and still had the arrogant look of you can shoot, if you take a step back, I will lose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bucky and others did not hesitate, and pulled the trigger again. A light blue energy beam flew towards Roger at high speed. At the same time, 2 energy grenades were thrown in front of him. Boom. The explosion sound of the energy grenade was completely different from that of the gunpowder grenade. The explosion sound of the energy grenade was much lower. The explosion sound of the energy grenade was not as loud as that of the ordinary grenade, but the visual effect was much stronger than that of the ordinary grenade. At the moment, when the energy grenade exploded, Roger seemed to see 2 small blue suns appear in front of him. The seemingly soft but powerful blue light instantly engulfed him. At the moment when Buggy and others attacked him with energy weapons, Roger instinctively thought of dodging. However, as soon as this idea emerged, he was forcibly suppressed. The reason why he stood there and let Buggy and others attack was not to show off his strength. Of course, showing off strength was part of the reason, but not all of the reason. More importantly, he wanted to personally experience whether Hydra's energy weapons could hurt him after he turned into magma. His cooperation with Hydra will be completely over after tonight. In order to avoid being caught off guard by Hydra's energy weapons in the future, he decided to experience the power of these energy weapons first. The energy grenade's explosion shockwave came and went quickly. In a few seconds, the power of the explosion completely dissipated. As the blue light disappeared, Roger's figure appeared in front of Buggy and others again. Compared with before the explosion, more dark red magma gushed out of his body, and black smoke continued to rise from his back. Unharmed. Although there was more magma on his body and the effect of being entangled in smoke appeared. But the explosion did not cause any effective damage to Roger. After discovering this, Buggy and others' faces became even colder. As warriors, they knew very well what this meant. Yes, compared with ordinary weapons, the power is indeed a little greater. But it's a pity that it's still useless. Roger's face was still that annoying arrogant look. After saying that, he moved his neck. Then, he disappeared in front of Buggy and others in an instant. Shave. A few minutes later, Roger, who had finished his magma transformation, dragged Buggy and others who were tied up by silk threads, and appeared on the plain 20 kilometers away. After confirming the direction, he opened the space gate again. He did not kill Buggy and others. Although the strength of Buggy and others was nothing in front of him, it could not be denied that Buggy and others were super soldiers with rich combat experience and superb combat skills. It would be a pity to kill such super soldiers directly. Before he was sure that Buggy and others could not be controlled by him, he would not kill them easily. Buggy and others were all brainwashed by Hydra. This was not a problem for Roger at all. He also had the brainwashing technology that Hydra used on Buggy and others. Although he did not know how to remove the brainwashing effect on Bucky and others, he planned to deal with this problem in a simpler and more brutal way. If the brainwashing effect on Bucky and others was a program buried in the body, then what he had to do was to use a more domineering program to directly cover the effect of the original program. This is just like when a rogue software is downloaded to a computer, it needs to be dealt with a more domineering rogue software. The only one who can defeat the rogue is a more domineering rogue. By the same token, the only one who can defeat the effect of brainwashing is a more domineering brainwashing. As for whether this more domineering brainwashing will cause some effects on the target's body, such as incompatibility, it is not within his consideration at all. If the target really collapses due to incompatibility, then just throw it away. Obedient subordinates are good subordinates. As for those who are disobedient, just kill them. After transferring again and again through the space gate of the Tremor Fruit, Roger did not spend much time to arrive at Dr. Connors' laboratory. After waking up Dr. Connors, who was sleeping again, Roger pointed at Bucky and others who were tied up with silk threads and said, "I'm going to trouble you to brainwash them again. They are Hydra's people, and they should have been brainwashed once. So this time, increase the stimulation of brainwashing to 5 times the normal level. They are all super soldiers, so don't worry too much about their physical condition," Roger said casually, with a relaxed tone, as if he was not pointing at 6 living people, but 6 cheap goods bought casually in the supermarket. "Do you really want to do this?" Dr. Connors asked with a frown. He was not questioning Roger's order to brainwash Bucky and others, but asking Roger if he really wanted to be an enemy of Hydra. "Don't worry, it will be fine. If I really can't win, I will definitely take you with me when I run away. I respect scientists very much." After hearing Roger's answer, Dr. Connors shook his head helplessly. Then, he directly picked up Bucky and put Bucky on the electric chair for brainwashing. "I'm leaving first. Please keep me informed of any progress." After saying that, Roger opened the space gate and left Dr. Connors' laboratory. Bringing Bucky and others back is just the beginning. SHIELD, New York branch, in a conference room. The one with the metal left arm should be the rumored Winter Soldier. In the past 50 years, he has been considered the murderer of more than 20 assassinations. Black Widow Natasha pointed to the surveillance footage just brought from the Research Institute and said. After saying that, she glanced around the conference room at Captain America Rogers, Barbara Mockingbird, Coulson, and Sharon Carter. Of course, there are more senior agents in the New York branch than just them. However, they were not called to the conference room because they were all senior SHIELD agents. Then, Black Widow Natasha switched to a surveillance screen, pointed at a man wearing a black mask and hat, and said, "As for this, although we can't see his true face clearly, however, judging from the extraordinary ability he displayed, he is very likely Roger." After hearing Roger's name, everyone present had a bad premonition. S.H.I.E.L.D. had just ended the public opinion war with Roger more than a month ago. Although the news reported that Roger had given up the lawsuit, but Captain America and others knew that it was actually S.H.I.E.L.D. who took the initiative to give in and returned the assets and personnel of the hand to Roger. So, in exchange for Roger's voluntary withdrawal of the lawsuit, at this time, after hearing Roger's name again, their first reaction was that this time, the matter was more troublesome than they imagined. Not to mention Roger's strength. More importantly, he is not a person who only relies on brute force. A seemingly simple water army tactic has made S.H.I.E.L.D. deeply trapped in the public opinion quagmire of violent law enforcement. Not to mention that he had deliberately taken away Captain America's shield, which made the shield and the hand, which had been at peace with each other, completely hostile to each other. P.S. Thanks to Loyalty and LIU Times for the reward. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 106, I Want Them to Die. Thinking of this, Captain America Rogers unconsciously glanced at the shield placed next to the chair. Although Roger's action that time did not cause him any substantial losses, it left a very serious psychological shadow in his heart. Until now, every time he threw the shield at the enemy, he would feel a little uneasy. He was afraid of encountering an unreasonable enemy like Roger again. Don't we have information about the Winter Soldier? After a few seconds of silence, Captain America Rogers asked. No. In fact, except for knowing that there is such a person, our understanding of him is basically close to zero. Black Widow Natasha shook her head helplessly and then continued. A few years ago, I escorted a nuclear physicist engineer out of the Middle East. Someone blew up my tiny Odyssey and the car lost control and fell off the cliff. We escaped, but the Winter Soldier was there. I blocked the engineer and the bullet passed through my body and hit the engineer. The former Soviet bullet has no trajectory and cannot be tracked at all. It's impossible to track him. I tried, and he's like a ghost story. Natasha's words made everyone present silent. Even a top spy like Natasha couldn't track any clues. This means that, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. goes all out, it will not be possible to find the Winter Soldier in the short term. What about Roger? Although he is in disguise, it shouldn't be difficult to find him, right? Captain America Rogers asked. No, it's difficult. We immediately arranged for people to go to his home and company, including his several secret safe houses. But so far, no one knows where he is. What's more troublesome is that we can't be sure whether the person who exerted this extraordinary ability is Roger. At this point, Natasha looked at Sharon Carter who was sitting next to her. Although everyone present had dealt with Roger more or less, Sharon Carter was undoubtedly the one who knew Roger best. After all, she had been Roger's personal assistant for a long time. I haven't seen him use this ability. Maybe we can let General Ross's people confirm it, and let the soldiers who were present at the time confirm it. Sharon Carter thought for a few seconds, and gave her own suggestions. This may not be appropriate. The military and we don't have a good relationship. General Ross has criticized us in public more than once. Before Natasha could speak, the voice of Barbara the Mockingbird sounded. Let's put aside the matter of confirming whether that person is Roger. Now I want to know how these people know that S.H.I.E.L.D. is studying the Cosmic Cube and know the specific location of the laboratory. Not long after he was thawed, Captain America Rogers knew that the Cosmic Cube had also fallen into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. But he didn't know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was studying the Cosmic Cube, let alone the location of the laboratory. A laboratory that he didn't even know the specific location of, but the attacker knew it clearly. This is something that is hard to imagine for a professional intelligence agency like S.H.I.E.L.D. We are still investigating, Natasha said helplessly. Nick Fury means that no matter which force is behind the Winter Soldier, and no matter whether the person who exerted extraordinary powers is Roger, we must find the Cosmic Cube back. Even if it requires a full-scale war, we must get the Cosmic Cube back. Natasha relayed Nick Fury's opinion. After using the space gate to leave Dr. Connors' laboratory, Roger did not return to the building where he lived, but went directly to Norman Osborn's manor in the suburbs. Hydra still didn't know that he had taken the Cosmic Cube for himself and kidnapped Bucky and others. But this news could not be concealed for long. Before that, he needed to be fully prepared. Hydra is not SHIELD, and these guys don't have any legal concerns. Roger can now imagine the scene of Hydra's crazy revenge on him. The building where he lived was blown up, and the headquarters building of the Don Quixote group suffered a terrorist attack. Even the Hand, which no longer intervened in the pornography, gambling and drug business, was hit hard. Through the space gate, Roger quickly came to Norman Osborn's manor. Then, the maid with a look of astonishment woke up Norman Osborn who was sleeping. A few minutes later, Roger saw Norman Osborn in silk pajamas in the study. Wayne, it's not appropriate for you to come here at this time, right? Norman Osborn's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. But this was also normal. Roger's unannounced visit, especially at this time of night, was indeed not polite. I won't say any more nonsense. I just want to ask you one question. Is the Osborn group interested in eating Hydra with me? It is not a very wise decision to rely on one's own strength to deal with the wealthy and powerful Hydra with many subordinates. So he did not intend to fight the entire Hydra alone like a lone hero from the beginning. What do you mean? Is there a problem with your cooperation? Even though he was used to big scenes, Norman Osborn was still a little shocked. Eat Hydra. If the person who said this to him now was not Roger, he would definitely think that the person who said this was a lunatic. That was Hydra, which had been confronting S.H.I.E.L.D. since World War II, but was still alive and kicking. It's a little more serious than a problem with the cooperation. If nothing unexpected happens, only one of us can survive, Roger said lightly, and like the owner of the manor, he poured a glass of whiskey for himself and Norman Osborn. Looking at the glass handed over by Roger, Norman Osborn did not take it. Although Roger is a person with good supernatural abilities, and on Quicksilver Group also has the potential to become a business giant, but compared with Hydra, Roger is at an undoubted disadvantage. At least for now, Norman Osborn does not think he has the capital to compete with Hydra. Roger did not care about Norman Osborn's actions, and placed the glass in front of him. Then, he said silently, "This time, I will not be the only one to deal with Hydra. I will also look for other helpers. If you are willing to stand on my side, I can give you all the technology obtained from Hydra, including their legal and illegal businesses. If you are interested, I can also give them all to the Osborn Group." "Give me all? Then what can you get?" Norman Osborn asked with a frown. "What I want is very simple. I want them to die." Although Roger did not tell his true intention, Norman Osborn saw his determination. He was serious. Norman Osborn began to struggle. His reason told him not to interfere in this matter, but his capitalist instinct kept encouraging him to join. All the technology and business of Hydra. Norman Osborn, who had already had many transactions with Hydra, knew very well what an amazing fortune this was. No, this is no longer something that can be measured by wealth. I can tell you in advance that I will go to General Ross later, and I'm absolutely sure that he will join my side. I will be very busy tonight, so I can only have a drink with you. After saying that, Roger picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. He did not speak again, and did not even look at Norman Osborn, as if he was really just tasting the whiskey in the glass. Just when he was about to finish the whiskey in the glass, Norman Osborn finally moved. He stretched out his right hand and slowly reached for the wine glass on the table. Then, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip gently. "It is agreed in advance that I can only provide you with help within my ability, and before Hydra is completely destroyed, I will not admit that I have provided you with any help, and what you have done has nothing to do with the Osborn Group." Norman Osborn slowly stated his conditions. Of course. Roger put down the empty wine glass in his hand and took out a new mobile phone that he had never used before. The mobile phone he used before had been thrown into the green space inside his body. Before the end of this mission, he would not use any technology products registered in his name. Not only that, during this period, he would only use cash to pay. After calling General Ross's private mobile phone in front of Norman Osborn, Roger agreed with General Ross to meet at a location. "Wait for my good news. You will never regret your decision tonight." After that, Roger opened the space gate in front of Norman Osborn. New York is more than 360 kilometers away from Washington. A few hours ago, if he wanted to go to Washington through the door fruit, he would have to open the space gate at least 18 times. But now, he only needs to open the space gate 3 times. After he brought Bucky and others back to Dr. Connors' laboratory, the system sent down the primary reward for the mission. The fruit and domineering level are all increased by 1 level. Hacky, Armament Hacky LV3, Observation Hacky LV3, Devil Fruit, Primary, String Fruit LV4, Devil Fruit, Secondary, Door Fruit LV3, Magma Fruit LV4. He hasn't had time to confirm the power of the string fruit and magma fruit yet, but he notes that the moving distance of the door fruit has been significantly improved 150 kilometers. From 20 kilometers at LV2 to 150 kilometers at LV3, the ability of the door fruit has been improved very simply and crudely. As for whether there are other improvements to the LV3 door fruit besides the improvement in distance, he is not very clear yet. When Roger and the transparent and illusory space gate disappeared, Norman Osborn put down the wine glass in his hand. "Am I really getting old?" Norman Osborn couldn't help thinking as he looked at the night sky outside the window. P.S. Thanks to the Flying Champion Dodo for the reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 107 Surrender. Washington, General Ross's residence. This is the third man in pajamas Roger has seen tonight. Dr. Connors, Norman Osborn, General Ross. Their sweet dreams tonight were all interrupted by him. You'd better have a good reason. General Ross rubbed his temple and said with a hint of anger. Being woken up by a man in the middle of the night is definitely not a good experience. How about the reason of disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. completely? Roger ignored General Ross's dissatisfaction, sat directly in front of him, and said seriously, disband S.H.I.E.L.D. Haha. Roger, at your age, you are indeed an excellent talent. But this does not mean that you can be whimsical, understand? After listening to Roger's answer, General Ross smiled bitterly. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was so easily disbanded, it would not be S.H.I.E.L.D. In the official system, there are many people who hate S.H.I.E.L.D. and there are also many people who hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. will be disbanded immediately. But until now, this is just an unrealistic fantasy in their hearts. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. I know that behind S.H.I.E.L.D. is not only the White House, but also the World Security Council, but that doesn't mean they can't be disbanded. General Ross didn't answer immediately, but looked at Roger with sharp eyes. Then, he slowly said, tell me, how do you plan to disband this behemoth S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D's biggest enemy Hydra is now hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. and there are quite a few lurking people. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury's good friend, Alexander Pierce, the Minister of the World Security Council, is one of the leaders of Hydra. As far as I know, Nick Fury can become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is inseparable from Minister Pierce. It is impossible to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., an agent structure with an official background, by brute force alone. Only by cutting off S.H.I.E.L.D's official support can S.H.I.E.L.D. be completely destroyed. You have to know that what you are saying now is a very serious accusation. What evidence do you have to support your testimony? General Ross never thought that Roger would bring such explosive news. The seriousness of this news even exceeded the level that his current position could handle. General Ross was indeed a big shot in the military, but he was not the only big shot in the military. No. Roger answered very straightforwardly. No. You have no evidence, yet you dare to come to me in the middle of the night to testify against the Minister of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council. If it weren't for his good upbringing, General Ross couldn't help but swear at this time. I don't have any evidence at hand, but the evidence is inside S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as you can enter the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., you can get any evidence you want. Even though Roger had said this, General Ross still shook his head. No, we must have substantial evidence to get the relevant authorization. Roger was not surprised by General Ross's refusal, and he had even thought about this step a long time ago. During the time when he was waiting for Hydra to notify him of the action, he was not without any preparation. Okay, in that case, I have two plans here. See which one you like better. First, you provide me with Pierce's address. I have a way to make him admit it in person. But this plan is not very reliable. It may accidentally kill Pierce. Roger's first plan is very simple. That is to get Pierce's address from General Ross, then go directly to kidnap him and take him back to brainwash. If everything goes well, Pierce will become his obedient subordinate. At that time, let alone let Pierce admit that he is Hydra. Even if Pierce marries General Ross, it will be no problem. However, there is a small problem with this plan. That is, Pierce is too old. With his old arms and legs, he may not be able to withstand the ravages of brainwashing. That is a brainwashing method that constantly stimulates the brain with electric current. Even a young person with a good physique, like Sharon Carter, will be paralyzed after brainwashing. This won't work. Not to mention that I don't have Pierce's address here. Even if I have it, I won't give it to you. I'm a soldier, you should understand. General Ross rejected Roger's first plan without even thinking about it. In that case, we can only use these two plans. My people from Hydra just took something from the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra should be looking for me all over the world now. I will surrender to S.H.I.E.L.D. tomorrow morning and tell them that Hydra is hiding among them. If nothing unexpected happens, S.H.I.E.L.D. will fight with Hydra at that time. As long as they fight, I believe you can find an opportunity to intervene that is both legal and just. I don't need to tell you what to do at that time. Since General Ross does not intend to take action without evidence, Roger will let the evidence emerge on its own initiative. As long as the people of Hydra still have a little bit of brains, they will never sit idly by and watch him fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra does not care what will happen to him. But Hydra will never give up the cosmic cube in his hand. I now take back my previous evaluation of you. You are not an outstanding talent. You are just a lunatic. General Ross never thought that Roger's second plan would be this. In his opinion, this was a plan to commit suicide. Regardless of whether S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra would fight or not, Roger would become the common target of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Madman, I think it's okay. No sacrifice, no gain. You have to pay the same price for what you want. I always believe that equal exchange is the truth of this world. Roger said with a smile. Why do you want to do this? As far as I know, the feud between you and S.H.I.E.L.D. should have ended. General Ross ignored the hidden sarcasm in Roger's words and continued to ask, maybe I don't like the eagle and S.H.I.E.L.D. logo of S.H.I.E.L.D. Roger replied casually. Of course, he couldn't tell General Ross because after destroying S.H.I.E.L.D., he could get a very powerful devil fruit. And even if he said it, General Ross would only be more convinced that he was a madman. I will contact some friends in the military later. If what you said really happened, we will intervene in the name of maintaining national security. By the way, where do you plan to surrender? The Triskelion or the New York branch? General Ross was finally moved by Roger. If everything happened as Roger said, then this would be the best opportunity for the military to regain its original power. Political power is no different from dividing a cake. Some organizations get more, and other organizations will certainly get less. Since it is a surrender, of course we have to choose the biggest stage. For Roger, it doesn't really matter where he surrenders. But in order to facilitate General Ross's intervention and obtaining evidence, the Triskelion headquarters is obviously better than the New York branch. After agreeing with General Ross on the time of surrendering tomorrow, Roger opened the space gate and left. General Ross was done here, but his preparations were not yet complete. After passing through the space gate and arriving at the Triskelion headquarters building, he took out the mobile phone that had long been locked by S.H.I.E.L.D. Not long after he turned it on, the phone rang. Roger, I'm Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. We met in the underground parking lot before. Do you remember? After hearing the voice of a middle-aged man on the phone, Roger frowned slightly. He thought that the caller would be Natasha, the Black Widow, or Barbara, the Mockingbird, but he didn't expect that it was Coulson, whose hairline was higher than his age. Of course I remember. By the way, you don't have to lock my location. I'm near your Triskelion headquarters now. I'll only say this once. I'll come to the Triskelion headquarters building at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you have any super soldiers and super agents here, I suggest you transfer them all over. Okay, that's all. I'll tell you the rest tomorrow. After saying that, he turned off his phone again and threw it into the green space in his body. After doing all this, he opened the portal back to New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch. What does he mean? Is he going to surrender? Captain America Rogers looked at Coulson with a puzzled look on his face. Maybe. Not only Captain America couldn't figure out what Roger was trying to do, Coulson, Black Widow, Natasha and others also couldn't figure it out. No matter what he wants to do, I think we have to go back to Triskelion headquarters tonight. His tone doesn't sound like he's joking. Mockingbird Barbara frowned and said, tell Fury the news. We'll take the Quinjet back now. Although no one present knew what Roger was going to do, they were sure of one thing. That is, Roger was not joking. When Coulson and others reported the news to Nick Fury and arranged for the Quinjet to return to Triskelion headquarters, Roger returned to Dr. Khanna's laboratory. How is his brainwashing progress? The Winter Soldier, biting the gag, struggled painfully in the brainwashing chair with veins on his face. It's not going well. The previous brainwashing has imprinted an instinctive command in his brain. It's not easy to overwrite this command. Dr. Khanna looked at the data on the display and shook his head and answered. Can't we continue to increase the stimulation? If we continue to increase the stimulation, it is very likely that he will be electrocuted into an idiot. He is a super soldier, not a Superman. Chapter 108. Hydra is among you. Roger had planned to take Bucky with him when he went to S.H.I.E.L.D. tomorrow. However, judging from the current situation, this plan seems to be stranded. Then let's do it 5 times as exciting as before. After saying that, he left the laboratory and came to a room in the safe house. He did not plan to return to the building where he lived tonight. If nothing unexpected happened, the people from SHIELD and Hydra have now ambushed near the building. After washing up, he fell asleep peacefully while SHIELD and Hydra were completely busy. To be precise, General Ross was also busy. When Roger took out his mobile phone and turned it on near the Triskelion headquarters, he had expected this. Although the people from Hydra did not contact him, Hydra would definitely receive the news that he was going to the Triskelion building tomorrow. One night passed in a blink of an eye. After a comfortable sleep, Roger enjoyed a fairly exquisite breakfast in the safe house. Then, he came to Dr. Connors' laboratory again. Compared with last night, Bucky looked much better at this time. At least the extent of his struggle was not so obvious. Of course, it is also possible that he was completely exhausted after being tortured all night. How is the progress? After handing the prepared coffee to Dr. Connors, who had been busy all night, Roger asked casually. It's okay. I slightly adjusted the subsequent process, and the effect seems to be pretty good. 30 minutes. We will know the results in 30 minutes. Dr. Connors took a sip of the coffee and said lightly, okay, thank you for your hard work. This is one of the reasons why Roger never handed over the brainwashing technology to others. Only professionals like Dr. Connors have the ability to adjust the process at any time according to the specific situation of the brainwashing target to ensure the final effect of brainwashing and the safety of the brainwashing target. If it were replaced by the hand ninjas like Jai, even if Buggy's physical fitness was twice as strong, there would be a risk of being killed. Thinking of this, Roger looked at Dr. Connors with a softer look. It was indeed a wise decision to invest in Dr. Connors. In advance, 30 minutes is not long, but not short. Roger agreed with General Ross last night at 10 AM. Now it was more than an hour before 10 o'clock. When the brainwashing machine that had been working all night gradually stopped, Roger slowly came to Bucky and asked Bucky, who was dull-eyed and sweaty, good morning, soldier. What are your program activation words? The activation words set by Roger had been gradually instilled into Bucky's mind during the brainwashing process. If the brainwashing went smoothly, Bucky should have accepted the new brainwashing effect at this time. But whether the brainwashing was successful or not could not be seen by just looking at the appearance. Therefore, Roger needed to confirm it himself. After hearing Roger's question, Bucky's eyes regained focus. His expression was no longer confused, and he turned to look at him. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, Desire, Rust, 17, Dawn, Furnace, 9, Kindness, Go Home, 1, Truck, Russian password. When Bucky said the activation word set by Hydra for him expressionlessly, Roger smiled with satisfaction. It actually worked. Relying on a more intense brainwashing stimulation, Dr. Connors successfully overwrote the brainwashing instructions of Hydra. Take a shower, change clothes, and cut your long hair. I don't like men with long hair. Roger gave Bucky the first instruction and untied the silk threads wrapped around Bucky. If it weren't for these silk threads, the brainwashing chair couldn't restrain Bucky, a super soldier. The hand ninja took Bucky out of the laboratory, and Roger thanked Dr. Connors. At the same time, he asked Dr. Connors to complete the brainwashing of the remaining 5 winter soldiers within a few days. These winter soldiers of Hydra now belonged to him. An hour later, Bucky, who had his hair cut short and changed into new clothes, reappeared in front of Roger. In order to give Bucky the physical strength to cope with the next battle, he asked the hand ninja to prepare a hearty breakfast for Bucky. After letting Bucky take the equipment that had been prepared long ago, Roger opened the space gate to the Triskelion headquarters of SHIELD. More than 360 kilometers in a straight line. In front of the space door of the door-to-door fruit, it only takes 1 minute to cross it. When Roger, wearing a dark red suit, walked out of the space door with Bucky, more than 10 seconds later, the SHIELD agents who had been prepared for a long time surrounded them. Quinjet fighters, modified black Hummers, hundreds of SHIELD agents. Looking at these SHIELD agents who were facing a formidable enemy, Roger cleared his throat and took the black handheld megaphone from Bucky. After turning the volume to the maximum, he raised the megaphone and said calmly, I'm not here to fight, and I hope you don't shoot in a moment of impulse, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, He saw old acquaintances Captain America Rogers and Black Widow Natasha and others get off the black action car and walk towards him with a serious face. Captain America Rogers, Black Widow Natasha, Mockingbird Barbara, Hairline Agent Coulson, Iron Knight Melinda May, and Hydra undercover agent Grant Ward. Okay, don't come any closer. If you get any closer, I'm afraid someone will be unable to resist attacking me. When Captain America and others were more than 10 meters away from him, Roger's voice rang again. Roger, what do you mean by this? Captain America Rogers asked immediately. Nothing, I just want to be a good law-abiding person. Bang. Before Roger finished speaking, his head shattered like a watermelon falling from a high altitude. Sniper. The moment the gunshots rang out, Captain America and others recognized the sound of these sniper rifles. However, just when they were wondering which agent disobeyed orders and fired without authorization, they saw an incomprehensible scene. Roger, whose head was completely shattered, showed a scene that was completely unscientific. The head that was smashed by the sniper rifle did not splatter any blood or brain matter, but turned into a mass of dark red magma emitting high temperature. Before they could react, Roger's broken head took shape again. Look, I was right. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of sniper rifle gunfire rang out again. However, this time, the bullet that attacked him missed. He seemed to have predicted the trajectory of the bullet and slightly tilted his neck and easily avoided the sniper this time. Observation hacky. In fact, he could have avoided the previous shot, but he didn't do so. The reason is very simple. This is part of his plan. The Hydra you have been looking for is among you. Bang 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 bang. This time, it was not the sound of sniper rifle gunfire, but the sound of pistol gunfire. The shooter was not the sniper hiding in the distance, but Grant Ward standing next to Coulson. The pistol bullet instantly passed through Roger's body, leaving holes on his body. Then, nothing happened. Roger didn't need to say anything. After discovering that the person who fired the gun was Ward, Coulson and May immediately attacked Ward. Roger ignored the fight between Coulson and others and continued. Grant Ward is a member of Hydra. By the way, he is just a small role. Alexander Pierce, John Garrett, Brock Rumlow, Sitwell. They are all members of Hydra. Of course, in addition to them, there are many other people who are members of Hydra. At this time, Roger used the most calm tone to say the most shocking news to Captain America Rogers and others. This is impossible. Black Widow Natasha refuted immediately. Whether this is true or not, you will know when you look back. After saying that, Roger pointed behind Black Widow Natasha and others. I saw that those SHIELD agents who originally pointed their guns at Roger had already turned their guns and aimed at Black Widow Natasha and others. After scanning the surrounding SHIELD agents, Captain America, Rogers and others all showed incredible expressions. This was the special agent team they specially arranged to deal with Roger. But at this time, why haven't they opened fire yet? Mockingbird Barbara asked in confusion. It's simple, because they didn't receive orders. As he spoke, Roger patted the backpack on Bucky's back. Single soldier portable full channel large range jammer. You haven't noticed until now that your radio is a little too quiet? I'm beginning to doubt your professional quality. Really? Looking at the undisguised mocking expression on Roger's face, the faces of Captain America and others became even uglier. Before setting off, Roger had already explained to Bucky, as long as he was attacked, he would immediately turn on the jammer on his body to block all nearby radios. As for why Ward attacked him without receiving orders, it was probably because he had a certain degree of autonomy. After all, no matter what, Ward was John Garrett's confidant, and it was not particularly strange to have a certain degree of autonomy. What's more, Roger directly revealed the bombshell news that Hydra was hiding in SHIELD at the beginning. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable for Ward to attack Roger without receiving any orders to prevent him from revealing more information. Of course, only Ward himself knew whether he really thought so. Roger just made his own guess based on the current situation. Looking at Captain America and others who clearly took a fighting stance but never took action, Roger's voice rang out again. Do you have a tradition in SHIELD that the enemy must attack first? The other side has already made it so obvious. Don't you have any intention of taking the initiative? After speaking, Roger raised his hand and fired a bullet. Chapter 109, The Magma Man Who Does Whatever He Wants. The nearly transparent white thread hit a shield agent at a speed faster than a bullet. Bang! The head of the unlucky agent chosen by Roger exploded instantly. After seeing this scene, the shield agents finally reacted and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Although they have not received the order yet, it is obviously not the time to care about these things. As the shield agents fired, Captain America and others finally took action. To be precise, they dodged everywhere. Super soldiers are also human beings, and they can't withstand the crazy shooting of bullets. Especially this kind of bullets coming from all directions. However, Captain America and others are experienced super soldiers after all. Although they are in a disadvantageous situation of being surrounded, they quickly prove their strength with actual actions. Captain America Rogers and Black Widow Natasha and others dodged the shooting of shield agents while fighting back. Especially Captain America. At this time, he raised his shield and ran towards the direction with the most enemies. As the initiator of the battle, Roger stood there, as if nothing had happened. With the elementalization of magma fruit, he didn't need to worry about the attacks of these ordinary bullets. Even the energy weapons of Hydra couldn't hurt him, let alone these ordinary gunpowder weapons. After scanning the surroundings, he walked towards the Triskelion headquarters building, as if taking a walk. As for Bucky, the Winter Soldier, he had already started to fight back freely according to his previous instructions the moment the gunshots rang out. Roger was seen walking in the hail of bullets, as if no one was around, with an indescribable casualness and indifference all over his body. Things have developed to this point, and in fact, he has nothing to do. When those shield agents chose to shoot, what he said before was the best proof. When he moved towards the Triskelion headquarters building, he did not forget to clean up the enemies he encountered on the way. Lava gun. He pointed his index and middle fingers at the shield agents like a pistol, and lava bullets flew out from his fingertips and struck the shield agents like lightning. The power of these dark red lava bullets is no weaker than real bullets. And unlike ordinary bullets, these lava bullets will also have an explosion effect when they hit the target. From this point of view, lava bullets are very similar to explosive bombs. Although Roger's speed of advancement was not fast, the shield agents who were responsible for stopping him felt tremendous pressure. This feeling of watching the target coming towards him, but being unable to stop and hurt the target, for these shield agents who were just ordinary humans, was like encountering an irresistible natural enemy. What's more troublesome is that Roger's seemingly random lava bullets can take the life of a shield agent. As long as these shield agents dare to show up, or leave the vehicles and other shelters, the lava bullets will appear in front of them with incomparable accuracy, and take their lives directly. When the observation haki was raised to LV3, Roger could shoot these shield agents even with his eyes closed. Soon, these shield agents who tried to stop him suffered huge casualties. However, this was not what really shocked these shield agents. When Roger started to head for the Triskelion headquarters, the Quinjets in the air immediately attacked him. However, neither the cannons on the Quinjets nor the missiles fired could cause any damage to him. The shells and bullets either passed through his body or exploded in front of him. However, all this could not stop him from moving forward. At this time, Roger seemed to be showing off his elemental body, allowing the Quinjets to attack him. Only after he sent all the shield agents who blocked his way to hell did he take a look at the Quinjets hovering in the air. 3 Quinjets. Just right for practicing the air compatibility of the magma fruit. Roger suddenly stopped, and then his feet sprayed a large amount of magma like a volcanic eruption. Under normal circumstances, magma will not fly. However, volcanic eruptions are an exception. What Roger did at this time was to imitate the eruption of a volcano. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, he rushed into the sky like a dark red cannonball. The simulated volcanic eruption of his legs gave him a terrifying reaction force. Using the reaction force of a volcanic eruption to rise into the air is not his only means of flying. Needless to say, the air path of the string fruit, the moon step in the 6 styles, can also allow him to move in the air. Although strictly speaking, the moon step does not provide the ability to fly, but the ability to stay in the air for a long time and move in the air. However, in terms of performance, the two do not seem to be much different. After taking off from the terrifying impact of a volcanic eruption, Roger did not use any additional attack skills. Instead, like a real cannonball, it hit one of the Quinjet. Although the outer armor of the Quinjet has a good defensive power, in front of Roger, who has turned into a Magna Man, these armors with good defensive power are meaningless. In just a moment, he crashed through the Quinjet. Why is a natural fruit recognized as the strongest of the three types? The reason is very simple. Because with the natural fruit, you can really do whatever you want. After crashing through a Quinjet like an armor-piercing shell, Roger used the moon step to slightly adjust his position. Then, he attacked the second Quinjet. Big fire. The shield pilot in this Quinjet would never have thought that one day he would see a lava fist over 10 meters long falling from the sky. Boom. The huge lava fist hit the Quinjet without any suspense. At the moment, when the Quinjet exploded and turned into wreckage, the huge lava fist also exploded, turning into volcanic missiles like a meteor shower. The American team and the SHIELD agents who were fighting on the ground would never have thought that, while they were fighting fiercely, there would be fist-sized flying mountain missiles falling from the sky, attacking all the attackers regardless of whether they were enemies or friends. Although these volcanic missiles are not big in size, their power is not weak at all. Just like the rockets fired by RPG, they are cannonballs washing the ground in another sense. Roger ignored the collateral damage caused by these volcanic missiles and set his sights on the last Quinjet. After witnessing the destruction of two fighters in succession, the pilot of this Quinjet did not hesitate and began to take off at high speed. Stay away from this monster. Must stay away from this monster. However, not long after the Quinjet climbed, a lava fist the size of an ordinary person appeared in front of him. This lava fist did not come from in front of him, but from bottom to top, piercing through the steel plate under his feet, and piercing through his heart. Then, it continued to penetrate the cabin of the Quinjet, and rushed straight into the sky. Lava Meteor Fist. The name of this move comes from a classic anime that Roger watched before crossing. Of course, apart from borrowing the name, this move has no similarities with the Meteor Fist in his memory. In short, the Lava Meteor Fist can be seen as another version of the Big Fire. The fist shot out is not as huge as the Big Fire, but the range and penetration are much stronger than the Big Fire. If the Big Firefight can only fly 1 or 200 meters, then the Lava Meteor Fist can fly 1 or 2000 meters. It also imitates the terrifying impact of a volcanic eruption, but because the lava fist has become the size of an ordinary person, the range and penetration of this move are far beyond the Big Firefight. From the perspective of others, Roger at this time was like swinging a fist like a laser cannon. This lava laser cannon instantly penetrated the last Quinjet and killed the pilot of the fighter. The Quinjet penetrated by the lava meteor fist began to fall out of control, and Roger stayed in the air while performing the moon step. The miscellaneous soldiers who blocked people were all dealt with. Then the next step is naturally to enter the Triskelion headquarters, which SHIELD is most proud of. Watching Roger flying towards the Triskelion headquarters like a flaming meteor, Captain America and others quickly realized something. But at this time, they had no chance to stop Roger. Let's not talk about whether they can catch up with Roger. Even if they catch up with their strength, it is impossible to stop Roger. After landing in front of the gate of the Triskelion headquarters with a knee-breaking superhero landing, Roger slowly raised his right hand. Then, he swung it forward. Big fire. A huge lava fist like a heavy truck rushed towards the gate of the Triskelion headquarters with an indestructible and terrifying momentum. The huge lava fist easily crashed into all obstacles on the way forward and instantly arrived at the first floor lobby of the Triskelion headquarters. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded. Dark red volcanic missiles swept everything around. When this big fire ended, Roger used his observation haki to sense the situation in the first floor lobby. Very good. No one is standing. He knew that there must be a SHIELD agent among the people hit by the big fire, but he didn't care about it at all. Be it SHIELD or Hydra. Today, they are all enemies. If it weren't for General Ross to deal with the aftermath better, the big fire he just swung would be even stronger. After confirming that there was no one standing in the lobby on the first floor, especially after the eagle sculpture in the lobby was completely blown up, he once again performed the moon step and flew directly to the top floor of the Triskelion building. Alexander Pierce's office was on the top floor of the Triskelion building. In contrast, the office of the director of SHIELD was a few floors below. The World Security Council was the superior of SHIELD. This was reflected not only in the administrative level, but also in the location of the office. Chapter 110 Lifting the Security Agreement. Roger hadn't reached the top floor of the Triskelion building yet. He had already heard fierce gunfire coming from the top floor. The moment those SHIELD agents opened fire, Alexander Pierce in the building knew that today's events would not end so easily. If he had some hope at the beginning, hoping that the sniper could get rid of Roger before Roger said anything, then, when he could no longer contact the SHIELD agents in front of him and witnessed the SHIELD agents shooting, he knew that things were going in the worst direction. Although he didn't know what Roger said at the time, he was sure of one thing, that is, the fact that Hydra was hiding in SHIELD was exposed. Only in this case would those SHIELD agents launch an attack without receiving orders. What's more troublesome is that when he was about to sneak out of the Triskelion building, Nick Fury and his men stopped him. The single soldier portable full channel large range jammer on Bucky was destroyed not long after the battle began. Bucky is indeed a very good super soldier, but it is impossible for him to completely protect the jammer under such intensive attacks. In fact, the order Roger gave him did not include protecting the jammer. Without the interference of the jammer, various news came back. Especially when Captain America Rogers and others hid Hydra in SHIELD and Alexander Pierce was Hydra, the Triskelion building suddenly became very lively. Hydra's undercovers could not take care of hiding their identities, and SHIELD agents also began to fight back. It was at this time that the current director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, brought people to the top floor and stopped Pierce, who tried to leave. Today is definitely the busiest day since the establishment of the Triskelion building. Just as Crossbones Brock Rumlow led the special forces to hold the key positions on the top floor and prevented the SHIELD agents from moving forward, Roger had already arrived outside the French window of Pierce's office. Bang! After easily shattering the huge French window made of reinforced glass, Roger entered the office casually and greeted Alexander Pierce, who obviously did not react. Mr. Pierce, I've heard of your name for a long time, but it's a pity that I only have the chance to meet you today, Roger said to Pierce with a smile. Before Pierce could speak, he was shot in the knee of his right leg. Lava gun. Don't try to draw a gun in front of me, you're not as agile as you think. After using the lava gun to instantly pierce Pierce's right leg, Roger calmly came to the sofa and sat down. Looking at Pierce, who was enduring the pain, he didn't say anything else, but just pointed to the location of the sofa to Pierce. After thinking for a few seconds, Pierce sat down with his right leg that could no longer walk. What exactly do you want to do? Pierce said the first sentence after meeting. It's no big deal. I just want SHIELD to be completely disbanded. Just to disband SHIELD. Yes, just to disband SHIELD. While talking, Roger used the lava gun to deal with a SHIELD agent who entered the office without knocking. Okay, I won't say anything else. I'll give you two choices now. First, you cooperate with me to do one thing, and I will hand you over to the military alive. With your identity, they are unlikely to kill you. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be imprisoned in a heavily guarded secret prison. Of course, whether you can regain your freedom depends on whether your friends with Orthodox blood are willing to help you. This Hydra hidden in SHIELD is not all of Hydra, and it is not even the Orthodox Hydra. The Orthodox Hydra is an organization established for the purpose of rescuing the Inhuman Hive. As for Pierce's branch, it is just a branch founded by the Red Skull during World War II. Although both the Orthodox Hydra and the branch Hydra such as Pierce have the ambition to rule the world. However, the methods they adopt are completely different. Second, I will kill you right now and hand your body over to the military. Although this will slow down the disbanding of SHIELD a little, the ending will not be any different. After saying these two choices, Roger did not urge Pierce, but waited patiently for his answer. Although there were many SHIELD agents outside the office, he was not worried that they could snatch Pierce from him. If Rumlow and other SHIELD agents had such ability, they would not be blocked on the top floor by SHIELD agents led by Nick Fury. I choose the first one. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Pierce gave the answer Roger expected. Compared with dying immediately, Pierce would most likely choose to cooperate with him. This has nothing to do with whether Pierce is Hydra or not, it is purely related to his status. Pierce, who has been in a high position for decades, will never give up his life so easily. I know there is a computer connected to the SHIELD database in the conference room next door. What you need to do is very simple, that is, to cancel the security protocol and send all the confidential files of SHIELD and Hydra to the internet. Roger pointed to the huge conference room next to the office. To disable encryption, an administrative order is required, and at least 2 A-level members must be present. I can't do it alone. Although Pierce didn't know where Roger got this information, he didn't lie this time. It was indeed not something he could do alone to cancel the security protocol of this level. I know that your other partner is outside now. I will bring him here later. Of course, Pierce couldn't do it alone, but another A-level member, Nick Fury, was outside now. Although he couldn't break through the defense of Rumlow and others to come in, it was not a difficult task for Roger. Seeing Roger stand up and about to leave the office, Pierce showed a fleeting smile on his face. But at this moment, Roger, who was almost at the door of the office, suddenly turned back. Then, another lava gun was fired. The dark red lava bullet instantly pierced Pierce's left leg. Pierce spoke while enduring the pain. But before he could finish his words, Roger's voice came over. Keeping your left leg will easily make you have some inappropriate thoughts. I'm helping you to prevent you from making the wrong decision. After saying that, Roger ignored Pierce and left the office without looking back. His observation hack he had locked onto Pierce. Unless Pierce could teleport, he would never be able to escape his perception range. More than a minute later, Roger returned to the office with Nick Fury, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. During the time he was away, no one broke into the office to rescue Pierce, because when he went out, he easily dealt with the SHIELD agents he met on the way. After dragging Pierce and Nick Fury into the meeting room of the World Security Council, Roger looked up at the transparent huge display screen that was like a wall. Okay, the military is almost here, you have to hurry up. After hanging Pierce with silk threads so that he could stand to operate the computer despite his legs being shot, Roger controlled the silk threads to hang Nick Fury up and took off his eye patch. Roger, you are playing with fire. Nick Fury shouted at Roger loudly. After seeing the instructions constantly flashing on the display screen, he immediately realized Roger's plan. Magma is the superior of fire. I'm not afraid of playing with fire. Roger said, a joke that Nick Fury would never understand. Pierce's operation speed was not slow, and soon, the mechanical electronic sound rang. Start retinal scanning. Roger glanced at the display screen and controlled the silk threads to hang Pierce and Nick Fury in front of a scanning area respectively. A-level confirmed. Encryption code accepted. Remove security protocol. While waiting for the confidential information to be uploaded to the internet, Roger casually dealt with people who tried to come in to rescue Pierce or Nick Fury. More than 10 minutes later, the electronic prompt sounded again. Data upload completed. As the system sounded, Roger removed the silk thread from Nick Fury and Pierce and said with satisfaction, "Thank you for your cooperation. I'm very satisfied with my first meeting with you. The confidential files of SHIELD and Hydra have been uploaded to the internet, which means that the dissolution of SHIELD has entered the countdown stage. No matter how much those people in the White House like SHIELD, they can't continue to support the existence of SHIELD. An intelligence agency with all its confidential files exposed has no need to exist." Roger did not kill Pierce and Nick Fury. He planned to leave their lives to General Ross. With these two people in his hands, General Ross will have a lot of credit this time, which can be regarded as Roger's reward to his partners. A few minutes later, in the conference room, Roger witnessed the scene where General Ross's troops appeared and attacked the Triskelion headquarters. After sending a message to General Ross, he sensed Bucky's location. Then, he used the space gate to pick up Bucky, who was killing people. The matter on SHIELD's side has come to an end. But the matter with Hydra has just begun. Pierce and his team are just a branch of Hydra, and Roger doesn't think the system will regard this branch as the whole of Hydra. Fortunately, he has already planned how to deal with the orthodox Hydra. Roger did not take Bucky back to Dr. Connors' laboratory, but took Bucky to Norman Osborn's manor. Chapter 111, Shining Fruit. Norman Osborn's study. You didn't tell me last night that you would do such a big thing. Norman Osborn looked at the news report that had just appeared and said helplessly, After the confidential information of SHIELD and Hydra was uploaded to the internet, it immediately became the hottest news headlines today. Now, every news channel is reporting these suddenly appeared confidential information. As for the battle in the Triskelion headquarters of SHIELD, it did not attract much attention at this time. Or rather, it has attracted attention, but no channel dares to report it. Unlike the news channels of the flower planting family, the news channels of the United States belong to various capitalists. Although these capitalists usually intervene in politics, they know very well what content can be reported and what content cannot be reported. Since it has been decided to take action against Hydra, of course we must hit the key points directly. Roger did not take Norman Osborn's complaints to heart at all. This has just begun, and the highlight has not yet begun. What are you going to do next? Don't tell me you have a crazier plan. Norman Osborn thought Roger would deal with Hydra bit by bit, but he never expected that Roger would break into the Triskelion headquarters of SHIELD and upload all the confidential information to the internet. No, the next plan will not be so big. Although the object of your previous transaction was Pierce's Hydra, I believe that you must be familiar with the Orthodox Hydra. The next thing is very simple. You provide me with their information and intelligence, and I will arrange people to deal with them. The things you get will be distributed according to what we agreed last night. Pierce's Hydra hidden in SHIELD is easier to deal with, but the rest are not so easy. Although they are all Hydra, the Orthodox Hydra is obviously more low-key and more in line with the definition of a secret organization. The intelligence network that Roger has established now is limited to New York. Not to mention that those Orthodox Hydras are hidden in every corner of the world. Even if they are all in America, his intelligence network cannot dig them out one by one. The reason why he wanted to pull Norman Osborn to his side was to deal with the Orthodox Hydra. He would use the power of the military to deal with SHIELD, and use the power of the Osborn group to deal with Hydra. This was the plan Roger decided on not long after receiving the mission. This is not easy. Although I have dealt with them before, it was limited to a small part of them. The intelligence network of the Osborn group is not yet so large that it can be found all over the world. Norman Osborn thought for more than 10 seconds, and then slowly said, "It doesn't matter. You just need to provide some clues and some small logistical assistance. I will let my people handle the specific actions." The system gave a task time limit of 1 year, and now it is less than half a month, so Roger still has enough time to complete the task. Moreover, he also needs to confirm what the system's criteria for eliminating SHIELD are. Normally, an official structure like SHIELD can be regarded as eliminated after losing its legal official status. But Roger is not very sure whether the system will recognize such an elimination. If the system does not approve, then he will have to hunt down the agents of SHIELD. Anyway, he must get the shining fruit no matter what. Even if he has to bear the notoriety of a supervillain for this, he will not hesitate. I will have someone sort out the relevant information and give it to you. As for the rest, I still need to prepare it here. No problem, I'll wait for your good news. After that, Roger took Buggy away from Norman Osborn's manor and returned to Dr. Connor's laboratory. After arranging the task of recalling and sorting out the information related to the Orthodox Hydra for Buggy, Roger left the laboratory and returned to the building where he lived alone. Time passed day by day, and soon, a week passed. During this week, Roger did not immediately take action against the Hydra people, but patiently waited for the results from SHIELD. The fact that Hydra was hiding in SHIELD caused an uproar at the official level. The military, CIA, FBI, Department of Homeland Security and other agencies, like hungry wolves, devoured the power vacuum left by SHIELD. Because of the exposure of confidential documents, various official agencies led by the White House also conducted the largest ever undercover investigation of Hydra. It was fine when there was no investigation, but when the investigation began, everyone was shocked by the results of the investigation. Hydra's people are not only lurking in SHIELD, but also in various official agencies. Even in the Senate and the House of Representatives, there are actually many Hydra people. But this is also normal. Even the Minister of the Security Council Pierce is a Hydra person, and senators are also Hydra people. It is not a particularly strange thing. Because of these unprecedented undercover investigations, the proposal to disband SHIELD, which should have been disbanded long ago, has been shelved. If the military had not been pushing this matter, it is unknown when the disbandment of SHIELD would be delayed. At this time, Roger was in his office in the Don Quixote building, watching the hearing on the disbandment of SHIELD. Nick Fury, the former director of SHIELD, and Captain America Rogers and others attended the hearing and answered tricky questions one by one. In fact, everyone knows that this hearing is just a process, and the dissolution of SHIELD is a foregone conclusion. The only purpose of this hearing is to make everything seem to comply with legal procedures. Of course, there is another very important issue. That is whether the secret missions carried out by Captain America Rogers, Black Widow Natasha, and others in SHIELD have violated the law. This result will directly determine whether Captain America Rogers and others will return to society as ordinary people or be imprisoned as criminals. However, these are not the focus of Rogers' attention on this hearing. He is not particularly concerned about whether Captain America and others will go to jail. He is concerned about the issue of how to deal with people with extraordinary abilities in the hearing. When SHIELD was still alive, SHIELD used a so-called list of people with extraordinary abilities to deal with this issue. Those with potential dangers were arrested and imprisoned. Those who would not cause harm to society were monitored on a daily basis. Those with good attitudes and who recognized SHIELD were absorbed into SHIELD and made into SHIELD's regular agents. Roger's name was also on this list, and he ranked quite high. More importantly, on that list, SHIELD rated him as potentially dangerous. If SHIELD had not been absolutely sure of catching him before, SHIELD would have let him experience what the Iron Fist of Justice is. Nick Fury is indeed the cunning king of agents. Even when SHIELD was bound to be disbanded, he still showed extraordinary eloquence far beyond ordinary politicians. If SHIELD's confidential documents had not been uploaded to the internet by Roger, his current words would have helped SHIELD regain a lot of impression points. Unfortunately, his performance did not have any impact on the result. The decision to disband SHIELD was passed without any suspense. After hearing that the decision to disband SHIELD was passed, Roger opened the system and took a look. Devil Fruit, Secondary, Door Fruit LV3, Magma Fruit LV4, Sparkle Fruit LV1. Well done. After seeing the Sparkle Fruit appear in the secondary fruit, Roger suddenly felt that the system was much more pleasing to the eye. The system did not ask him to hunt down the remaining SHIELD agents as he had imagined, but directly sent down the intermediate reward, the Glitter Fruit. What a good system. This is a good system. After confirming that he had received the intermediate reward for the mission, Roger closed the system page and turned off the live broadcast of the hearing. Then, he opened the space door and left the office directly. A few seconds later, he came to a private training room converted from a safe house. After arriving in the training room, he did not hesitate and directly used the elementalization ability of the Glitter Fruit. In just a blink of an eye, his right arm turned into a golden light particle arm. This feeling, unlike the elementalization of the Magma Fruit, Roger felt that his right arm was a little too light at this time. When he used the elementalization of the Magma Fruit, he could feel the heaviness brought by the magma. However, at this time, he felt that his right arm seemed to have no weight. So light. Roger is not a physicist, and he is not particularly familiar with the question of whether light particles have weight. Moreover, he was not sure whether the light particles transformed from the elementalization of the Twinkle Twinkle Fruit were exactly the same as the light particles in this world. After feeling the elementalization of the light particles on his right arm, he suddenly had a bold idea. When he only had the Magma Fruit, a natural fruit, he had no way to put this idea into practice, but now, he had a chance. Magma Fruit, elementalization. Roger did not cancel the elementalization of the light particles on his right arm, but directly raised his left hand and started the elementalization of the Magma Fruit on his left hand. In an instant, his left hand turned into a magma arm. However, just when he completed the magma elementalization of his left hand, before he had time to feel the feeling of his body being transformed into different element at the same time, his heart began to beat wildly, and he felt a severe cramp. Damn it. Even though he now had an extraordinary physique far beyond that of ordinary people, this sudden cramp still made him half kneel down involuntarily. Without any hesitation, he directly cancelled the elementalization of both hands. When his hands returned to their original appearance, the severe cramp also disappeared. Although the cramps only lasted for a second or two, Roger was covered in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Roger proved this with his actions. Just as he was gasping for air and calming his breathing, the system's prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. System upgrade maintenance. Maintenance time, unknown. Upgrade maintenance? Looking at the information that appeared in his mind, Roger was stunned. He knew that the system had a function of upgrading, but the problem was that the system upgrade would only occur when the Traverser had reached a bottleneck in strength. Now, not to mention that his strength had not yet reached the bottleneck, he didn't even know where the bottleneck was. Chapter 112, Sandman's Request. The system suddenly started to upgrade and maintain. This was something Roger had never expected. According to his estimation, the system upgrade would only occur when he became one of the most powerful people on Earth. To put it in game terms, the system would only be able to upgrade and open a new copy after he cleared the Earth copy. But now, the development of things was completely different from what he imagined. However, he soon calmed down. Although he could not use the system during the system upgrade, it would not affect his strength. The ability of the Devil Fruit would not be sealed due to the system upgrade. Except for not being able to deliver tasks and use them all during the system upgrade, it would not have much impact on him. After temporarily putting aside the system upgrade, he turned his attention back to the glitter fruit. With the experience of developing the magma fruit, it was not difficult for him to quickly master the glitter fruit. But there was one thing he cared about, that is, he could not use the elementalization of two fruits at the same time. The cramp just now almost made him see the revolving lantern of life. That feeling, now recalling it, made him tremble involuntarily. Although the system solved the problem of him having multiple devil fruits at the same time. But obviously, the system did not solve the compatibility problem of two natural fruits being elementalized at the same time. After adapting to the shiny fruit in the training room, Roger opened the space door and returned to the building where he lived. After taking a comfortable hot bath, he left the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Then, he saw William Baker, the Sandman, sitting like a good kid in kindergarten in the living room. "Why are you here?" Roger frowned at the Sandman and asked in an unhappy tone. A middle-aged man showed up at his home without saying hello, and it was when he was taking a bath. I'm in some trouble." William Baker, the Sandman, scratched his hair and said embarrassedly, "What trouble?" After taking out 2 bottles of fatty happy water from the refrigerator, Roger casually threw one bottle to the Sandman. "There is information about my whereabouts in the confidential information of S.H.I.E.L.D. The New York police are now looking for me all over the world. I'm homeless now." After listening to the Sandman's words, Roger shook his head helplessly. William Baker, the Sandman, is indeed not a good person, but he is not a purely bad person either. Otherwise, with his ability, he would never have lived such a miserable life. "Then why did you come to me? Do you want me to provide you with a place to live?" Roger's impression of the Sandman was not very bad, but it was far from the level of a friend or acquaintance. He did not feel that he had an obligation to help the Sandman. "No, I'm not asking you to help me for free. Although I'm not particularly good at fighting, I'm definitely better than the ninjas under your command, and better than that lizard man. I can become your subordinate and help you do things, but..." Looking at the timid Sandman, Roger began to wonder how he became a street thug before. "If you have something to say, just say it directly, don't be like a woman. I can solve the housing problem myself, but I hope you can help my daughter. I know you have the ability. They are unwilling to accept the money I robbed, but my daughter's illness really can't be delayed any longer. If you are willing to help me, I can work for you forever." The Sandman spoke out his thoughts all at once. However, after listening to his story, Roger did not answer him immediately. Just when the Sandman was getting more and more restless, he spoke. "Go back. I don't need you to be my subordinate. Tell me your daughter's name, and I will add her name to the medical assistance list of Don Quixote Group." Before, when he was building up his reputation in the upper class, Roger established a medical assistance fund in the name of Handco Limited, specifically to help those in need who could not afford the high medical expenses. This was originally just a small trick for him to build up his reputation and clean up his hands and associations, just like the big guys in the underground world like to hold charity parties from time to time. After establishing the Don Quixote group, he kept this medical assistance fund. Although there are not a few people who can pass the application review, compared with the huge number of applicants, these people are still only a small part. In fact, there are many such assistance funds in New York, but the situation of each fund is similar, and the pass rate is not very high. When he heard Roger's first sentence, Sandman's face dimmed instantly. Then the next second, he heard Roger's words, that he was willing to help his daughter, Penny Baker. Her name is Penny Baker. Sandman said loudly with excitement. Well, I understand. You can go now. Okay, I'll go right away. Thank you. As he spoke, the Sandman walked quickly towards Roger and stretched out his right hand, trying to shake hands with Roger. However, just as he was about to grab Roger's right hand, Roger moved his hand away. He had just finished taking a shower. Although the Sandman now looks no different from humans, his essence is sand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Although he didn't shake Roger's hand, the Sandman didn't take it to heart and continued to thank him. When the Sandman turned into sand and flew away from the window, Roger sighed silently. After changing into clean clothes, he opened the space door and came to the office of the Don Quixote Group building. After reporting the name of the Sandman's daughter to Jessica and asking her to arrange follow-up medical assistance, he turned on the TV and watched the final result of the hearing. The proposal on how to deal with people with extraordinary abilities did not come to a final conclusion at the hearing. However, the proposal on whether Captain America Rogers and others exceeded the legal authority during the action has a result. The official thanked Captain America and others for their previous efforts and no longer pursued the specific incident. However, the special subsidies and allowances of Captain America and others were cancelled, and the corresponding privileges were also cancelled. Most importantly, Rogers' honorary title of Captain America was cancelled. In short, Rogers and others are no longer agents from today, but a group of ordinary people. Roger was not surprised by this result. In any case, Rogers was once a superhero that the official strongly recognized. It is not possible for the official to sentence him as a criminal and imprison him for the time being, because this is not only a face problem for Rogers, but also a face problem for the American government. After reading the results of the hearing, Roger called Sharon Carter, who has not yet returned to Don Quixote Group. Go contact those fired SHIELD technicians and say that Don Quixote Group is willing to pay double to hire them. Roger is not very interested in SHIELD agents, but he is still very interested in those professional technicians. And he can be sure that there are far more people interested in these technicians than just him. Combat personnel are easy to train, but these professional technicians are not so easy. After instructing Sharon Carter, Roger picked up the information about the Orthodox Hydra provided by Norman Osborn and read it carefully. The matter of SHIELD has been settled, and the reward has been received. Then it is time to meet these Orthodox Hydra. The upgrade of the system will not affect the task he is currently performing. At most, the reward will not be sent down so quickly. But these are not a problem for Roger. The Twinkle Twinkle Fruit is enough for him to digest for a while, and as for the Tremor Fruit, it doesn't matter if it's a little later. A few days ago, he got a small part of the information about the Orthodox Hydra from Buggy and Winter Soldier number 123. However, Buggy and others are just warriors after all, and they don't have much information to access. But Norman Osborn is different. Compared with the information provided by Buggy and others, the information provided by Norman Osborn is more rich and detailed. Daniel Whitehall, Sunil Bakshi, Gideon Malik, Helmut Zemo. Looking at these familiar names, Roger began to recall them quickly in his mind. Wait, something is wrong. He opened the information provided by Norman Osborn again and focused on a name on the list. Helmut Zemo? Is this Baron Zemo? Obviously, this Baron Zemo is not the same person as the Baron Zemo in his impression. Interesting. After quickly browsing the information Provided by Norman Osborn, Roger sorted out the power he could use. The ninjas of the hand. Sharon Carter, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, Erica, Bucky the Winter Soldier number 1, number 2, number 3. In addition to Bucky, he should have had 5 Winter Soldiers. But unfortunately, 2 of them could not survive the second brainwashing of 5 times the stimulation, and were electrocuted into idiots by Dr. Connors. Judging from the number of people, he does not have many men now. But if used to deal with the orthodox Hydra, it is barely enough. Soon, he decided on the next personnel arrangement. Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and Erica go to deal with Malik. Bucky leads Winter Soldier number 1, number 2, and number 3 to deal with Bakshi. As for the immortal Daniel Whitehall, he will deal with it personally. Whitehall's own strength is not very good, and even his extraordinary ability of immortality was transplanted to himself through special surgery. However, Whitehall is very special, that is, he is the only leader in Hydra who knows about the Inhumans. Thinking of this, Roger couldn't help but think of the Inhuman with shock superpowers, Daisy Johnson. After conveying the latest arrangements to Bucky and others through special channels, Roger once again opened the space gate and came to Norman Osborn's manor. He is responsible for arranging the combatants, but other things in the operation need Norman Osborn's help to solve. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 113 Whitehall. Intelligence support, logistics support, transportation, accommodation, and even some necessary and unnecessary personnel and equipment support during the operational need to be provided by the Osborn Group. Roger did not stay in Norman Osborn's manor for too long. After discussing the next arrangements with Norman Osborn, he left the manor. The next day, Bucky and others began the task of destroying the orthodox Hydra. Roger was alone in the training room at this time, practicing the newly obtained glitter fruit. Because of the experience of practicing with the magma fruit, the practice of the glitter fruit was as smooth as a cheat. In less than 3 days, he raised the level of the glitter fruit to LV2. During these 3 days, except for daily physiological activities such as eating and sleeping, he stayed in the training room for the rest of the time. When Sharon Carter, who had completely left SHIELD, called him, he ended this practice. It must be said that Sharon Carter is a very good agent. When all major forces were scrambling for SHIELD talents, she helped Roger to dig up hundreds of SHIELD technicians. Although there are no top talents like Tony Stark and Dr. Connors among these technicians, it is still good news worth celebrating for Don Quixote Group, which has always lacked technical talents. In order to thank Sharon Carter for her hard work, Roger spent a sweaty night at Sharon Carter's house regardless of the fatigue. The next morning, he left Sharon Carter's house quietly without waking up Sharon Carter, who was sleeping soundly. Bucky and others have been in action for several days, and it is time for him, the leader, to start working. After returning to the building apartment to prepare, he opened the space door and came to Norman Osborn's private airport. On the runway of the airport, there is a Gulfstream private jet. This is a Gulfstream G650, which costs more than $60 million and is one of Norman Osborn's many private jets. Roger had also considered buying one. However, considering that his enemies are not normal people, he gave up the idea. He does have some assets now, but if he loses more than $60 million at once, he will still feel heartbroken. This kind of blow is even more serious than the enemy's direct attack on him. With the help of a beautiful stewardess, he began his action this time. According to the information provided by Norman Osborn, Daniel Whitehall is not in the United States now, but in Mexico next door. As for what Whitehall is doing in Mexico now, Norman Osborn did not find out. In fact, knowing that Whitehall is in Mexico is the limit of what he can do now. Guadalajara, Mexico. Guadalajara is the second largest city in Mexico and the production center of most authentic Mexican products. In a manner with classic Mexican architectural style, Whitehall, who is dressed in a suit and has meticulously groomed gray hair, silently said to the white man in a black suit next to him, "Can't Bakshi deal with a few winter soldiers now? The guards around Mr. Bakshi are all ordinary people. They can't resist the attack of the winter soldiers." The white man in the black suit answered calmly, "Assign him a few death warriors. If he still can't deal with the rebellious winter soldiers, then he doesn't need to come back." "Okay, sir." Just as the white man in the black suit was about to leave, Whitehall's voice sounded again. "Haven't you found that woman yet?" The white man in the black suit was stunned for a moment and then slowly said, "Our people found the trace of that woman in Canada. But the man next to her is very tricky and we can't lock their location." As he spoke, a trace of sweat oozed from the forehead of the white man in the black suit. "Increase the intensity of the search. I underestimated the ability of that woman. The secrets of her are not as simple as I thought." At this point, Whitehall raised his right hand and looked at this young right hand that was completely inconsistent with his age. "Okay, I'll arrange it immediately." After hearing Whitehall's words, the white man in the black suit breathed a sigh of relief and left without looking back. After a long flight, Roger finally arrived in Guadalajara. As soon as he got off the plane, he felt the hot weather that was completely different from New York. Is this the enthusiasm of Mexico? After ejecting the car arranged by Norman Osborn, he stopped a taxi and headed to the city. The official language of Mexico is Spanish. Roger doesn't speak Spanish, but that's not a problem. When he took out a $100 bill, the driver who was speaking Spanish just now immediately changed his words to poor English. On the way to the city, he closed his eyes and thought about the next plan. It is not an easy task to find a person who is hiding in an unfamiliar city with a population of more than 5 million. Even Norman Osborn, who has an amazing network of relationships, can only narrow the scope to the city and can't determine the specific location. But this is not a difficult task for Roger. Although he has never seen Whitehall, he is very sure of one thing, that is, Whitehall's life breath is definitely different from that of normal people. Whitehall is not an alien, but he is definitely not a normal human being after being transplanted with Jiang's longevity ability. As long as Roger finds those life breaths that are different from ordinary people in Guadalajara, he can find Whitehall. Although this may also allow him to find the extraordinary ability people in Guadalajara, it's all a small matter. Guadalajara is not New York. Even if there are people with extraordinary abilities here, there won't be too many. Although the level 3 observation haki is not enough to perceive the entire city, as long as you walk a few more steps, you can perceive the entire city thoroughly. If it weren't for the trump card of observation haki, he would not have come here in person when the specific location of Whitehall has not been determined. Arriving at the city center, Roger first tasted the local food, especially after tasting the tequila known as the soul of Mexico. He wandered around Guadalajara like a foreign tourist. During the stroll, he kept turning on the observation haki, sensing all the creatures around him like a human radar. This carpet search is simple and crude, but the effect is also very good. When he found the third abnormal creature's breath, he found Whitehall as he wished. At this time, it was less than 2 hours since he came to Guadalajara. "Are you the Roger D. Wayne?" Whitehall, who was sitting in the study reading a book, never thought that, while he was reading, an illusory space door would appear in front of him. He also never thought that a man in a dark red suit would walk out of this illusory transparent space door. However, he recognized Roger at the first sight. "You already have the answer, why ask again?" Roger glanced at Whitehall and sat down in front of him. "Just tell me, what do you want?" Whitehall put down the book in his hand and asked calmly. When Bucky and others began to attack Bakshi and Malik, Whitehall knew that this was all arranged by Roger. Others may not know that Bucky and others are Roger's men, but the leaders of Hydra know it clearly. It can even be said that in the past few days, each Hydra leader has investigated Roger's past in detail. "Inhumans, I want the inhuman information you have." As he spoke, Roger raised his left hand and pointed his finger in the direction of the door. Laser beam. A golden beam shot out from his fingertips and instantly penetrated the door. Roger deliberately controlled the power of the laser beam and stopped the subsequent explosion. Plop. The sound of a human body falling to the ground was heard outside the door. A few seconds later, bright red blood seeped into the study through the crack in the door. "Don't let your men come to die." If you have investigated me, you should know that they can't stop me. After a few seconds of silence, Whitehall slowly said, "No one is allowed to enter the study without my order." After instructing his men, he continued, "If you are also interested in Inhumans, then maybe we can cooperate. We don't care about the grudge between you and Pierce. We have no objection to you keeping the cosmic cube." As expected of someone who had experienced World War II, even in such a situation, Whitehall still maintained his proper demeanor. "Forget about cooperation. My requirements for partners are a bit high. You are not qualified. Stop talking nonsense. Give me the Inhuman information you have." If it weren't for the Inhuman information in Whitehall's hand, Roger would not bother to talk nonsense with him. Looking at Roger, who was not moved at all, Whitehall did not say anything else and had no intention of handing over the information. Although Whitehall didn't know what Roger wanted the Inhuman information for, his intuition told him that it was not a wise decision to hand over the information obediently. Roger was not the kind of person who would let the enemy go after getting something. So Whitehall decided to take a gamble. Bet that Roger would not hurt himself before getting the Inhuman information. This was not a blind gamble, but a decision he made after seriously thinking about various possibilities. Whitehall knew very well that among Hydra, he was the only one who knew about the Inhumans. This meant that, if Roger wanted the Inhuman information, he could only start from him. Strictly speaking, Whitehall's idea was correct. However, he overlooked a very important issue. That is, for Roger, the alien data was just incidental, and killing him was the main purpose. "It seems that you are not going to hand over the data." After saying that, he pointed his right index finger at Whitehall and let the fingertip shine with golden light. "I use the same trick you used 60 or 70 years ago. Since you know that I have alien data in my hand, you should know who I am." Threatening and intimidating me. Whitehall was talking confidently. However, in the next second, he saw the laser-like golden ray. Whoosh. Whitehall didn't even have time to react and was shot through the head by the laser beam, leaving a finger-sized wound between his eyebrows. "You are not going to give me anything, but you are still talking nonsense." After killing Whitehall, Roger stood up and disappeared as if he had teleported. Door Fruit Flash. Chapter 114. Loki's sudden appearance. Flash. This is a new ability that Roger developed after the level of the Door Fruit was upgraded to LV3. The principle is very simple, and the control is also very simple. It can be described in one sentence. That is, quickly opening and closing the door. Yes, the principle of the new ability of Flash is so simple and crude. As long as the speed of opening and closing the door is fast enough, it can produce a visual effect of disappearing in an instant. In order to distinguish it from those normal speed door opening and teleportation, Roger named this move Flash. After disappearing from Whitehall's study, he did not leave the manor. Instead, he kept flashing in the manor like a ghost. At the same time, he used the finger gun in the 6 styles. Flash, finger gun, flash, finger gun. After repeating it dozens of times, all the lives in the manor were completely ended, including 2 cats and 6 dogs. After doing all this, Roger flashed back to Whitehall's study again. After throwing Whitehall's body on the chair aside, he turned on Whitehall's computer. "Since you don't want to give it, I'll take it myself." As a time traveler who has received rigorous training and graduated with high scores, hacking skills are not difficult for him. After typing frantically on the keyboard for a few minutes, Roger took out a pack of Chinese ink from his pocket. This is not the Chinese ink with disgusting pictures on the packaging that he bought in America, but the traditional Chinese ink of the flower growers that he got from those smugglers. He took out one from it, lit it with his right index finger that was transformed into magma element, and took a deep breath. In the smoke, he took out his mobile phone and called Sharon Carter in the headquarters building. "Let someone hack into this computer and copy all the information inside. The IP addresses." After telling Sharon Carter the IP address, he hung up the phone, smoking Chinese ink, while looking at the protection system that he could not get into no matter what. Facts once again proved that professional matters should be left to professionals. A few minutes later, the computer in front of him showed a prompt that the firewall had been breached. After seeing that the invasion had been completed, he searched in the study for a while and found some hidden information. After putting these data into the green space in his body, he took out more than 10 thermite grenades from the space in his body. Then, he threw these thermite grenades into various rooms in the manor. It's a pity that there is no flame fruit, otherwise, it would be so troublesome to set fire to destroy the body and eliminate the traces. When the main building in the manor was on fire, he used the space gate to leave the manor and return to the airport. The matter on Whitehall's side was easier to solve than he thought. But this is also normal. Whitehall has nothing particularly difficult, except that he is a little senior and has more experience. When he took Norman Osborn's private plane back to New York, he called to find out the progress of Buggy and others. The progress on Buggy's side was smoother than he expected. In just a few days, they have forced Bakshi to flee everywhere. It is estimated that it will not take long for them to completely wipe out the Hydra on Bakshi's side. Unlike Bucky and other super soldiers who are good at infiltration and assassination, Luke Cage's progress is not satisfactory. Among the intelligence provided by Norman Osborn, Gideon Malik is the most detailed. However, even so, Luke Cage and others have not been able to cause much damage to Malik's Hydra. The gap between professional soldiers and street heroes is vividly demonstrated. Just when Roger was considering whether to send Bucky and others to deal with Malik after they completed their mission, he suddenly felt an abnormal energy fluctuation in the alien space in his body. This is just when he was about to open the space door in his body to find out the specific situation. He suddenly realized something. "You return to New York as planned. Don't worry about me." After saying this to the blonde stewardess, who had taken off her coat and rolled her shirt into a belly-exposing outfit, Roger disappeared directly in the cabin. After coming out of the plane to the unknown forest on the ground, he opened the space door on his body without any hesitation and took out the suitcase containing the cosmic cube. This specially customized suitcase was shaking wildly at this time, and a light blue light shot out from the gap. After taking out the suitcase, he threw it out without any hesitation. Boom. Before the thrown suitcase landed on the ground, it exploded like a bomb. The blue cosmic cube floated in the air. Under Roger's gaze, a round light blue portal appeared in front of him. On the other side of the round portal was the dark and deep starry sky. Before he could take a closer look at the other side of the portal, a man with a scepter and long black hair walked out of the portal. Loki, the god of trickery. Roger recognized Loki at a glance. Then, a series of guesses quickly emerged in his mind. No, this time doesn't match. In the confidential information of S.H.I.E.L.D., he did not see any information about Thor and Thor's hammer, nor did he see any records of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fighting against the destroyer armor. Could it be that Nick Fury concealed this information in advance, so there was no record of Thor coming to Earth in the exposed confidential information of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just as he was thinking whether this was due to the different developments caused by the parallel universe, or whether Nick Fury concealed Thor's information in advance, Loki, holding the scepter, spoke in a condescending manner. "Human, kneel down. Kneel down." Loki's words successfully pulled Roger's thoughts back to the real world. The next second, Roger disappeared from Loki's sight. Shave. In just a blink of an eye, he came in front of Loki. Then, the index finger of his right hand pointed directly at Loki's heart. Finger gun. Just as his finger was about to pierce Loki, Loki finally moved. He raised the scepter in his hand and stabbed Roger with the blade-like tip. Iron block. At this time, Roger did not use elementalization, but ended the finger gun and used the iron block for the first time in battle. Clang. The tip of the scepter pierced his shoulder fiercely, and a metallic collision sound suddenly rang out. Loki never thought that the weak earthlings in his memory would have such a strong body. Just when he was puzzled, Roger grabbed the scepter. Then, he kicked at high speed. Storm kick. Before Roger's kick hit Loki, the vacuum/wave formed by compressed air had already hit Loki in advance. Bang. Loki didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the vacuum/wave. The vacuum/wave that could easily kill humans did not produce the expected slashing effect when it hit Loki, but knocked him out. Loki flew backwards and failed to take the scepter in his hand. After flying more than 10 meters, he regained his balance. As expected of a frost giant, his physique is good. Roger was not surprised that the storm kick failed to injure Loki. Although the physique of the frost giants is not as good as that of the Asgardians, it is far better than that of the humans on Earth. With Loki's bloodline, it is not surprising that he blocked the slash of the storm kick. Even Hulk's return to the Earth failed to leave obvious scars on Loki, not to mention his slam kick. After kicking Loki away, Roger opened the space door in his body and threw the scepter in his hand into it. Then, he turned his right hand into light particles, picked up the cosmic cube on the ground, and threw it in together. Watching Roger throw his scepter and cosmic cube into the strange space door in his chest, as if no one was around, Loki said with a gloomy face, "You are not from Earth. It doesn't matter whether I'm from Earth or not. The important thing is that you shouldn't show up now. The system is now being upgraded, which means that he can't accept new tasks now. Otherwise, with Loki's appearance, he can activate a bounty task anyway. What a pity." While shaking his head, Roger pulled out the black knife from the green space in his body that he had never used in battle since it was made. "Come on, let's fight with knives. I know you still have a small knife." Looking at the black giant knife in Roger's hand, which was as big as a person, Loki suddenly felt that he had come to the wrong place. Is this really Earth? More importantly, for some reason, he always felt that he had been completely seen through. "Who are you?" Loki asked again. "If you beat me, I'll tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, Roger disappeared from Loki's sight again. Shave. After teleporting in front of Loki, he didn't even think about it, and the black knife slashed directly at Loki's neck. Facing the huge black knife coming at him at high speed, Loki didn't dare to be careless at all, and his hands instantly passed from his waist. The next second, two exquisite knives appeared in his hands. Ding. The huge black knife did not hit Loki's neck, but was blocked by the two knives in his hands. "Good strength." Feeling Loki's strength, Roger said with satisfaction. "But my strength is not weak either." The moment the sound rang, he exerted force with both hands again, and the black knife directly broke through the knife's block and slashed across Loki's neck like lightning. Bang! The black knife slashed Loki's neck, but did not leave any marks on it, but knocked Loki out like a stick. The black knife made of ordinary metal was indeed useless. It was not sharp enough to hurt an alien creature like Loki. After being knocked away again, Loki's face became even uglier. "I will kill you." Loki seemed unable to accept the result of being knocked away twice. He shouted and rushed towards Roger like a mad beast. However, Roger stood there silently, carrying the black knife on his shoulder, as if he did not see him running towards him. The next second, Loki came in front of him, and the knives in both hands stabbed his throat and heart respectively. Until this time, Roger still did not move. When the knife stabbed his throat and heart, Loki, with an angry face, turned into rays of light and disappeared. "Don't play illusions in front of me, it won't work." Chapter 115 Kidnapping Loki. Loki's illusion was very realistic. Roger didn't know magic either. However, in front of the observation hacky, Loki's illusion was as fake as a paperman. Even if Roger used his toes to think about Loki without any breath of life, he could understand what was going on. "You can actually see through my illusion. You are really not simple." A magnificent light shone on the empty ground in the distance, and Loki's figure reappeared in front of Roger. "Show some real skills. Your current performance is not worthy of your name of the god of trickery." Roger stabbed the black knife he was carrying into the ground and said calmly, although Loki seemed to be suppressed by him just now. In fact, Loki's strength is far more than that. The first magician in the 9 realms. This is another well-known title of Loki besides the name of god of trickery. Although in most cases, he fights with a kidney-stabbing knife. But it cannot be denied that he is indeed a very strong magician. It's just that he has narrowed the path of the magician. From a serious mage, he became an unserious melee mage. More importantly, he was a melee mage who could fight Thor in hand-to-hand combat. "Human, you have successfully attracted my attention. In return, I will give you a decent funeral that is in line with your strength." After saying that, Loki rushed towards Roger waving the kidney-stabbing knife in his hand. He didn't even use magic. Seeing that Loki still intended to compete with him in sword skills, Roger shook his head helplessly, picked up the black knife, and swung it forward. "Since you want to play, then I will play with you." Armament color domineering, entangled. In an instant, the black knife in his hand became darker and deeper. As soon as he finished the armament color domineering entanglement of the black knife, Loki had already come in front of him, and the knife in his hand stabbed him fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. Loki's fighting skills are good, especially for short-bladed cold weapons such as knives. In his hands, the two knives seemed to have life, showing amazing flexibility. However, Roger's close combat skills were not weak at all. Although Black Blade Knight was a bit huge in his hands, the huge black knife not only did not look bulky because of its size, but also did not affect its use due to the distance. Who said that huge weapons cannot be used in close combat? As long as the fighting skills are superb enough, even a mace can be used in close combat. As time passed, Loki's offensive became more and more fierce, and the knives in his hands kept attacking Roger like a torrential rain. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Loki's knife attack can be perfectly described by these three words. He did not use any routine attack, nor did he play any fancy tricks. However, no matter how he attacked, the huge black knife in Roger's hand blocked the knife's attack in advance like a shield. After finding that he could not stab Roger with the knife at all, Loki decisively changed his tactics. Magic shock. Boom. The magic shock wave that could not be detected by the naked eye attacked Roger like a wave. 8-foot mirror. The moment the magic power fluctuations appeared on Loki's body, Roger used the power of the flash fruit, and the whole person turned into light particles, and instantly disappeared in front of Loki. The shock wave formed entirely by magic swept everything around without leaving any dead corners, and bounced off the huge black knife left by Roger. What a close call. I was almost tricked by this guy Loki. When the magic power shockwave completely dissipated, the golden light particles recondensed into a human form more than 10 meters away. What is your ability? Loki asked with a frown. When Roger turned into a flash and disappeared, he thought Roger used some unknown magic. However, when Roger recondensed his body and appeared, he found that he guessed wrong. There was no magic power fluctuation. He did not feel any magic power on Roger. I don't have the habit of telling my trump card to the enemy. Roger's words made Loki even more unhappy. Exquisite fighting skills, strong body, magical special abilities. Loki put away his previous contempt and a serious look appeared on his face. He did look down on the Earthlings, but that didn't mean he was a brainless reckless man. He was the god of trickery. When Loki looked at him seriously, Roger didn't attack Loki, but recalled the feeling of using the 8-foot mirror just now. It was not the first time for him to use the 8-foot mirror, and he was not unfamiliar with the feeling of the whole body being elementalized. But when he used the 8-foot mirror to avoid Loki's attack just now, he found a bit of a tricky problem. The shockwave formed by the magic power had the ability to hurt his body. Was it because of the magic power? Or was it that the energy attack just now exceeded the immunity level of the elementalization? Roger couldn't be sure for a while. But no matter what, this was the first time he felt that the elementalization could also be injured. After thinking quickly, he made a new decision. Kidnap Loki. I was going to play with you for a while, but now, I changed my mind. As soon as the voice fell, Roger's right leg shone with golden light. Light speed kick. Lifting his foot, kicking, all in one go. Although Loki was aware of Roger's attack, he ignored the speed of the light speed kick. The golden light column containing terrifying energy instantly came in front of him. Boom. Loki had no time to react at all, and was kicked in the chest by the light column. The whole person flew backwards for hundreds of meters like a baseball. That was it. Before Loki, who was knocked away, landed on the ground, Roger came to him again. Light speed punch. Boom. Loki, who was originally flying backwards, fell to the ground like a meteor, and hit the ground. A crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. However, Roger's attack did not end there. Light speed machine gun. Boom 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 boom. Loki didn't even have a chance to get up, and he was hit by a violent storm of light speed punches. After throwing hundreds of punches in a row, Roger stopped this inhumane one-sided beating. It must be said that Loki once again proved with facts how tenacious his physique is. Even though he was beaten hundreds of times by Roger, he still maintained his handsome image. If you ignore the bruises and scars on his face, he is indeed a man who can withstand the Hulk's return to the world. He is really tough. Although his handsome face was not hurt much, the damage Loki suffered was not as light as it seemed. Looking at Loki lying motionless in the round pit and making intermittent strange groans, Roger opened the space door on his body and took out a flower-growing ink painting from it. "Don't worry, I'm not a murderer and I won't kill you for no reason. But since you have come to Earth, I can't help but entertain you." As he spoke, Roger unfolded the ink painting and placed it on the ground. Then, a space door opened on the surface of the ink painting. Before Loki realized what was going to happen next, Roger picked him up and threw him into the space door. Just when he was about to close the space door and let Loki reflect in the ink painting's space, he suddenly remembered something and opened the portal in his body again, taking out 2 fruit baskets from it. "With your physique, you shouldn't die from eating fruits. This is your food for the time being." After saying that, he threw the 2 fruit baskets into the space door of the ink painting. After doing all this, he closed the space door, put the ink painting back, and put it back into the green space in his body. Opening a space door on the ink painting and using the green space inside as a cage to imprison the enemy was an idea he had come up with some time ago, inspired by the Ninja Seal Scroll. Although the principles are completely different, the effects are similar. The only difference is that one uses ninjutsu and the other uses the door fruit. After putting the black knife that was previously ejected back into the green space in his body, Roger began his journey back to New York. After countless space door transfers, he finally returned to the building where he lived. After taking a hot bath and changing into home casual clothes, he came to his study. Although Loki's appearance was something he had not expected, he did not intend to change his plans and schedule. The system is still in the process of upgrading, and he does not know when the upgrade will be completed. But he still decided to complete the last part of the task during the system upgrade. In this way, as long as the system is upgraded, he can get the final advanced reward, the Tremor Fruit. As for the problems of the alien and Loki, they can be put aside for the time being. In addition, he decided to continue to improve his development of the Flash Tremor Fruit. So far, he has developed or imitated several good moves from Admiral Kizaru: Laser Beam, 8-foot Mirror, Light Speed Kick, 8-foot Ninja Megatama. Except for the American English no Kyusen sword, which he still needs to practice for the time being, he has already used the other moves very smoothly. Of course, in addition to these moves, he has not forgotten to develop his own moves. For example, Light Speed Punch, Light Speed Machine Gun. He is not particularly worried about the combat moves, but there is one thing that he can't ignore now. That is, the problem of the elementalization of the nature type fruit. He had previously used the Hydra's energy weapon to test the effect of the elementalization, and the result was that ordinary energy attacks could not harm his elementalized body. But Loki's magic attack just now almost hurt his body. If the speed of the 8-foot mirror had not been fast enough, he would have been hit by Loki's magic just now. This is not good news for him, who has gradually become accustomed to wandering around after performing the elementalization. Moreover, his intuition tells him that it should not be a problem with magic. P.S. Thank you Loyalty for the reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 116: A Different Family War. He couldn't tell the specific reason now. He just vaguely felt that it should be related to the nature and intensity of energy. The elementalization of the natural fruit is indeed a very powerful ability, but it is definitely not an unsolvable ability. Roger knows this better than anyone else. After temporarily putting aside his thoughts on this issue, he took out the information found in Whitehall Manor from the alien space in his body. At the same time, he took out Loki's scepter. A long time ago, he had a question. Why did Thanos, who has been working hard to collect infinite gems, give Loki the scepter inlaid with the mind gem? Does he trust Loki so much that he doesn't worry that Loki will fail? Or does he not know that there is a mind gem in the scepter? If he only looks at Thanos' decisiveness in killing, Roger would think that Thanos trusts Loki too much. It's just that he didn't expect Loki to flip over, and he flipped directly into the gutter. But if you look at it from another angle, such as from Thanos' plan to destroy half of the life in the universe, he thinks that Thanos should not know that the mind gem is in the scepter. Destroy half of the life in the universe so that resources and population can reach a balance, thus avoiding famine and extinction of civilization. People who can come up with such a plan and implement it don't look particularly smart. Roger doesn't judge people by appearance, but he really thinks that people who can come up with such a plan are a little bit unintelligent. If Thanos just wants the various races and civilizations in the universe to continue to develop, what he needs most is not the Infinity Stones, but the family planning and sustainable development concept of the flower-growing family. In the flower-growing family, as long as you are not a 9 leaky fish, you can know these two policies to some extent. After silently criticizing Thanos in his heart, Roger picked up Loki's scepter. Armament Haki hardened. When his right hand turned into a metallic purple-black color, he grasped the gem on the top of the scepter. Then, he exerted force with his right hand. Bang! A glass-like explosion sounded immediately. No, there is no Mind Stone in the scepter. Looking at the fragments in his hand, Roger was stunned. After looking up and down at the scepter, he removed the hardening of his right hand, opened the alien space in his body, and took out the ink painting that imprisoned Loki. In the green alien space in the ink painting, "Who gave you the scepter?" Roger asked Loki, who was sitting on the ground eating a banana. "Your expression tells me that you know where the scepter came from." Loki looked up at Roger and showed a wicked smile. "Your expression tells me that you seem to have not been beaten enough." The moment Roger's voice sounded, Loki's smile froze. After a few seconds, Loki started moving again. He continued to eat the banana in his hand, as if no one was around. After eating the banana, he continued, "If I cooperate with you, will you let me leave here?" "No. But I can give you more bananas." There were several kinds of fruits in the fruit basket that Roger threw in before. But Loki was obviously only interested in bananas, and he didn't touch other fruits. "I like your honesty. This place is pretty good, and green is also my favorite color." Loki stood up, looked around, and said calmly. When Roger's right hand shone with golden light, he immediately added, "Thanos, he gave me the scepter. I'm responsible for using the cosmic cube to open the space channel and summon the Chitauri army to attack the Earth. After success, the Earth belongs to me, and the cosmic cube belongs to him." Loki told him everything about his cooperation with Thanos. His expression was very sincere, and his whole body revealed the aura of "I'm very cooperative." But Roger still had some doubts. Loki is the god of trickery. Only he knows how much of what he said is true. After thinking for a few seconds, Roger asked again, "Have you been to Earth before?" "No." "Were you exiled by Asgard?" "No, I left on my own." "Why did you leave?" "Failed to fight for the throne." When answering this question, a trace of cold murderous intent flashed across Loki's face. "Who is the current king of Asgard?" "Thor Odinson." "Where is Odin?" "Odin gave the throne to Thor." The more he answered Roger's questions, the more doubts Loki had in his heart. What's the matter with this earthling? How does he know so much about Asgard? "You were exiled. What did you do before you left Asgard?" "I asked the frost giants to disrupt Thor's succession ceremony." Loki obviously didn't want to reveal too much about this question. At the same time, he kept guessing Roger's identity. But unfortunately, he didn't guess anything. "Who is your father?" After hearing this question, Loki's face became very ugly. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he clenched his fist and slowly said, "The king of frost giants, Laufey." The last question, is Laufey still alive now? Alive. Loki almost gritted his teeth to answer Roger's question. "Thank you for your cooperation. This scepter is returned to you." After saying that, Roger threw the scepter with the top gem crushed to Loki. After returning the scepter to Loki, he opened the space gate and left the alien space. Obviously, the first family war of Odin's family was completely different from what he remembered. Loki has never been to Earth. Thor has successfully taken over the position of King of Asgard from Odin, and the King of the Frost Giants, Laufey, is still alive and well. Although Loki may be lying, judging from his last expression, he should not be lying. Parallel worlds are troublesome. If it were the pure movie universe, he might be able to fully enjoy the advantages brought by the Prophet Hail of the Traverser. But now, after leaving the different space in the ink painting, he did not put the ink painting back into the different space in his body, but hung it up in the study. although putting it in the different space in the body can play a double insurance role. The problem is that many of his personal belongings in the cosmic cube are also in the different space in his body. In order to avoid some unnecessary accidents, he thinks it is better to put the ink painting in the real world. In this way, even if Loki escapes, it will not have much impact. After dealing with the problems of the scepter and Loki, he picked up the confidential information in Whitehall Manor and browsed it. At the same time, he asked Sharon Carter to send the information obtained by invading Whitehall's computer to his private server. After spending several hours reading the information about the Inhumans and the Black Monolith, he gave new orders to Bucky, Luke Cage and others who were on the mission. Find the Black Monolith that can open the space channel and bring it back. Time passed day by day. On the third day after Whitehall's death, Roger finally received good news from Bucky. Soon Bakshi was successfully killed. On the second day after Bucky and others killed Bakshi, Roger asked Bucky and others to go and meet Luke Cage. With the death of Whitehall and Bakshi, the only two who can be regarded as leaders in the Orthodox Hydra are Malik and Baron Zemo. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are other leaders in Hydra, but for now, there are only two of them left as the leaders of Hydra. Through the analysis of Whitehall's information, the intelligence department of the Don Quixote group did not find the existence of other leaders. In the green space of the ink painting, if you want to be king, why don't you return to Jotunheim? Laufey is your father, and you are his first and only heir. As long as you are willing to go back, Jotunheim will be yours sooner or later. Roger asked Loki, while peeling the apple with a cross knife. You have never been to Jotunheim. I don't want that frost country, even if you give it to me. If you have been to Asgard, you will know why I look down on Jotunheim. Loki swallowed the banana in his mouth and shook his head. After these few days of contact, Roger found that Loki was a good person. Although his personality was a bit extreme and his behavior was a bit naughty, but overall, he was okay. Then you don't need to cooperate with Thanos. You should also know who Thanos is. Even if the Chitauri really helped you conquer the Earth, do you think he would fulfill his promise and hand over the Earth to you? Loki shook his head again. I know Thanos better than you do. Of course I know that he is unlikely to hand over the Earth to me. At least he will not hand over the Earth to me before half of the people on Earth are killed. But I don't care. What I want is not the Earth, but Asgard. In the past, it was others who couldn't keep up with his train of thought, but now it was Roger's turn to be unable to keep up with Loki's train of thought. What does occupying the Earth have to do with your desire for Asgard? Don't you think that, if you rule the Earth, you will have enough strength to counterattack Asgard? Of course it won't work if you only rely on the human army on Earth, but what if? At this point, Loki suddenly stopped and looked at Roger with a vigilant face. Are you trying to trick me? Do you have any misunderstandings about your current situation? If I want to know something from you, do I need to use tricks like tricks? While speaking, Roger slightly adjusted the gravity of the green space, causing Loki, who was originally sitting on the ground, to turn upside down. You are not my opponent outside, and you are even less likely to be my opponent in this space controlled by me. Although he said this, he was indeed interested in the second half of Loki's words that he did not say. A plan that requires ruling the Earth as a prerequisite. The plan of the god of trickery is indeed not that simple. Chapter 117 Thor's Visit. Although Roger was a little curious about Loki's plan, he had no intention of asking further. No matter what Loki planned, he was sure that Loki's plan would end in failure. How should I put it? Loki was born with an aura of failure. As long as he wanted to plan something, it would basically end in failure if nothing unexpected happened. Even if something unexpected happened, it would still end in failure. Failure, failure, and constant failure. This is Loki's fate. After chatting with Loki for a few minutes and learning about the customs and practices of Asgard, Roger opened the space door and left the alien space. Asgard, Rainbow Bridge Hall. Did Loki go to Earth? Thor, who was strong and still holding Thor's hammer in his hand, asked Heimdall with a puzzled look. Well, I saw his traces on Earth a few days ago, but his situation is very bad now. He was locked up in a unique space by an Earthling. That space is very strange. I can't see what's going on inside. Heimdall, wearing golden armor, stood on the round operating table in the hall like a sculpture, looking at the magnificent starry sky in the distance. After hearing Heimdall's answer, the puzzled look on Thor's face became more obvious. Heimdall has eyes that can perceive everything, and can easily see everything in the 9 realms. Unless there is a special ability to block Heimdall's perception, everything that happens in the 9 realms cannot be hidden from him. It is precisely because of such a pair of eyes that Heimdall can become the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge in the first line of defense of Asgard. Can you tell me about the specific situation at that time? Although Thor is now the king of Asgard, he still maintains his original respect for Heimdall and has not become arrogant because he has become the king. He fought with an earthling and lost. After the fight, he was imprisoned in a different dimension by that earthling. Heimdall briefly described the whole story. Then, he added, that earthling was very strong, and he didn't fight with all his strength. Send me to Earth. I want to meet that person, and bring Loki back by the way. After thinking for a few seconds, Thor immediately made a decision. As Loki's brother, he knew Loki's strength better than most people. Although Loki's fighting style seemed a bit inferior to him, it could not be denied that Loki's strength was indeed quite good. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Heimdall inserted the Guardian Sword, bolt of steel, into the operating table, and aimed the cannon-like transmission port in the direction of the Earth. Thor did not hesitate at all, and walked straight towards the gorgeous light like the aurora. The next second, his figure completely disappeared. Just as Thor was flying towards his apartment through the Rainbow Bridge, Roger was sparring with his clone in the gym of the apartment. Shadow Rider Line. When the line fruit was upgraded to LV4, he finally succeeded in mastering this long desired move. The clone made by Shadow Rider Line not only looks exactly like him, but can also use most of his moves. In addition to the secondary fruit ability, observation haki, and 6 styles, he can use other moves through the clone. In other words, the strength of the clone made by Shadow Rider Line is roughly equivalent to him who has mastered the armament haki in the line fruit. In this small gym of only a few dozen square meters, the stand-in fights back and forth with him, just like two twins sparring with each other in fighting skills. Of course, all the attacks of the stand-in are the result of his control. This feeling is almost like playing chess with yourself. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and heavy sound of hitting continued to ring in the gym. Just as he was trying to control the doll, to perform the foot shaving line, to resist his missed kick, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the ceiling. The next second, the ceiling shattered. A rainbow-like brilliant light column fell from the sky and appeared in front of him. Before the brilliant light faded, Roger saw Thor walking out of it. Golden shoulder-length hair, angular muscle lines, sculpted handsome face, silver armor, red cloak. The image of Thor holding Thor's hammer is exactly the same as in myths and legends. Except for that expression, that looks a bit honest. Hand over Loki. Thor looked at the two Rogers in the gym and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Asgard's royal education doesn't seem to be very good. Don't you think your way of visiting is very rude? The one who spoke was not Roger himself, but the doll made by the Shadow Rider Line. While speaking, the doll stretched out its right hand and pointed at the hole in the ceiling. When he locked Loki in the different space in the ink painting, he was prepared for Thor to come to the door at any time. However, he did not expect that Thor would break through the door in this way. This way of coming to the door was very Thor. Thor did not expect that Roger would answer him like this. Although he still did not know what Roger's name was, the answer of the doll seemed a little insulting to Asgard. So, he replied Roger in a very convenient way. He just waved his hand, and the Thor's hammer in his hand flew towards the doll at a high speed like a cannonball. The flying speed of Thor's hammer was not fast. The next second, Thor saw a completely unexpected scene. The doll did not dodge, and under the control of the original body, it raised its right hand and grabbed Thor's hammer. The huge impact force made the doll retreat a few steps, but Thor's hammer was firmly held in the hands of the doll. Caught? It actually works. The scene of Thor's hammer being caught was not only completely beyond Thor's expectations, but also beyond Roger's own expectations. He originally just wanted to try whether the doll could catch Thor's hammer. Unexpectedly, the doll actually caught it and held Thor's hammer firmly in his hand. The weight of Thor's hammer itself is not very amazing, but Thor's hammer has Odin's spell on it. Those who are not recognized cannot lift Thor's hammer. Roger has already got the answer to this from Loki. Loki once tried to lift Thor's hammer to prove that he was no worse than Thor. As a result, Thor's hammer did not give him face at all. Although the doll's capture of Thor's hammer was somewhat beyond his expectations, Roger quickly figured out the key to the problem. The doll's ability to catch Thor's hammer did not mean that Thor's hammer recognized him. In fact, Thor's hammer simply ignored him. This is the same as Thor's hammer being placed in an elevator and not affecting the elevator's operation, and being hung on a hanger and not damaging the hanger. Odin's spell and Thor's hammer's recognition are only for beings with life. Although the doll looks exactly like a real person, it is not a life. Without his control, the doll is no different from an ordinary doll. So the doll caught Thor's hammer, but it was just a bug in Odin's spell and Thor's hammer. After seeing Roger easily catch Thor's hammer, Thor's face became a little ugly. Apart from him and Odin, it was the first time he saw someone lift Thor's hammer. What he didn't expect was that the person who lifted Thor's hammer was actually an earthling. This was something that even the Asgardians couldn't do. Who are you? At this time, Thor began to understand why Heimdall said Roger was very strong. At first, he thought Roger was just an earthling with great power, so he could defeat Loki. But now, he began to doubt this. You broke through the ceiling and broke into my house to ask for someone, but you don't even know who I am. The doll asked back. Thor didn't say anything. Although he had just met Roger not long ago, he already had the idea of teaching Roger a lesson. Every word of the doll sounded to him as a roundabout way of scolding him. After a dissatisfied hum, he stretched out his right hand towards Thor's hammer, trying to summon it back. However, he was disappointed again. Thor's hammer tried to fly back to his hand, but the doll's right hand firmly grasped the hammerhead of Thor's hammer, preventing it from leaving. Thor, who was already dissatisfied, became even more dissatisfied at this time. Just when he was about to rush forward to knock down Roger and take back Thor's hammer with his own hands, Thor's hammer finally got rid of the doll's control and returned to his hand. After Thor's hammer flew back to Thor's hand, the doll raised its left hand and shot out a nearly transparent silk thread. The thread did not attack Thor, but flew to the study and took down the ink painting hanging on the wall. Then, it returned to the hands of the doll with the ink painting. Loki is in there. If you want to take him away, don't do it here. Otherwise, I will tear up this painting now and completely trap Loki to death. Roger was not joking, he was telling the truth. The ink painting could become a cage to imprison Loki because he opened a space door on the surface of the ink painting every time. Only the space door opened in the same place can enter the same different space. Roger confirmed this a long time ago. He used this principle to treat his body as an alternative storage ring. Although Thor is an Asgardian, he is an Asgardian who does not understand magic. Moreover, the expression of the doll did not seem to be a joke to him. I cannot do it here, you choose a place. While speaking, Thor glanced at Roger himself, who had not spoken a word or even moved. Is this your clone? Yes, just a useless clone. The clone puppet answered seriously. Chapter 118, The Battle of the Dolls. Roger was just being modest. However, he didn't expect that after the doll finished speaking, Thor actually nodded seriously. Indeed, your doll is far inferior to Loki's. If you have seen his doll magic, you will know what a real doll is. Looking at Thor's serious and slightly arrogant expression, Roger finally understood why children raised by the same parents have such a big difference in IQ. It must be that the muscles on his body robbed the nutrients that should have belonged to his brain. It must be like this. Well, if there is a chance, I will definitely ask Loki for advice on the doll. Roger controlled the doll to answer. Then, he let the doll continue. Let's go to the suburbs to compete. If you beat me, I will return Loki to you. As for how to deal with Loki, he had already decided when he locked Loki in the ink painting. Killing him is definitely not allowed unless he wants to bear the wrath of Odin and Thor. Although Loki is not very popular with Odin in Asgard. In fact, Odin has no favoritism towards Loki and Thor. If he really kills Loki, he can guarantee that within a few days, Odin will come to him for revenge with the Spear of Eternity and the 8-legged horse Sleipnir. As for keeping Loki in the different space in the ink painting, it is not a good thing. Although Loki has not found a way to leave the different space, no one knows whether he will research something over time. Although Loki's title of the first wizard in the 9 realms is watery, it cannot be denied that he is a very talented wizard. It's just that he has narrowed the road. You can't kill Loki, and you can't imprison him for a long time. So unless he plans to give Loki to his grandmother, otherwise, his best approach is to return Loki to Thor. And there is another advantage to doing so, that is, when the system is upgraded, when he sees Loki again, he may be able to activate the bounty mission on Loki. In a forest in the suburbs of New York, Roger's doll was facing Thor more than 10 meters away. The ink painting imprisoning Loki was placed on a tree not far away. As for Roger himself, he was hiding about 1 kilometer away. 1 kilometer was not the maximum distance that the string fruit could control at this time. This distance was only the maximum distance of the Shadow Rider line. If it was farther away, he would lose control of the Shadow Rider line, and the doll would turn into a ball of humanoid silk threads. I heard from Heimdall that you defeated Loki easily. I hope you can show your due fighting level next time. Thor raised Thor's hammer and pointed it at the doll, saying with a hint of expectation, I also hope you can show your strength that matches the King of Asgard. The doll replied calmly. After that, Roger controlled the doll to attack first. Super Strike Whip. The doll's right hand suddenly stretched back, and dozens of nearly transparent thin silk threads sprayed out from its palm. These threads quickly entangled together and formed a thicker white thread column. When the white thread column flew back dozens of meters, the puppet's right hand suddenly pushed forward. The white thread column that was originally flying behind him instantly changed its flight direction and flew towards Thor. The Super Strike Twisting Whip is not only a move with an extremely terrifying attack distance, but also an amazing attack speed. In just a moment, the white thread column came in front of Thor. Facing the white thread column flying straight at him, Thor did not dodge and raised Thor's hammer high. Then, he smashed it down with force. Boom. The seemingly heavy Thor's hammer hit the white thread column with incomparable accuracy, smashing the white thread column that was flying straight to the ground. The attack of Thor's hammer forcibly changed the attack direction of the white thread column. However, just when Thor thought he had resolved the attack of the white thread column, the white thread column that was supposed to hit the ground suddenly disappeared. At the same time as the white thread column disappeared, the doll came in front of him. 5-color thread. 5 threads of different colors slashed at Thor like sharp blades. Although he had a strong enough body, Thor did not underestimate the attack of the 5-color thread. Boom. When the 5-color thread was about to hit him, blue and white lightning flashed on Thor's body. These lightning not only wrapped around his body like armor, but also fiercely struck the clone puppet in the 5 blade-like threads. At the moment when lightning flashed on Thor's body, Roger did not hesitate at all, and controlled the clone puppet's right foot to lightly tap the ground. Thread wall. A dog-head wall composed entirely of white threads appeared instantly, isolating the lightning attacking the clone puppet. The threads of the thread fruit once again showed unreasonable toughness. Lightning struck the thread wall and was then completely blocked. Roger had confirmed a long time ago that the threads of the thread fruit were not conductive. These threads were not only non-conductive, but also had extremely terrifying high temperature resistance and wear resistance. In addition, it has the advantages of being thin, breathable, smooth, and non-pulling. If it weren't for the fact that these threads require his own energy to maintain, Roger would have an urge to use these threads to weave daily clothes. After blocking Thor's lightning with the thread wall, Roger asked the doll to remove the thread wall and launched an attack again. Thread wave. Under Thor's gaze, the doll put his hands together and countless white threads shot out from various parts of his body. These threads did not attack Thor, but rose rapidly like a tornado, forming a tornado composed of threads. This thread tornado with a diameter of several meters flew into the sky hundreds of meters high, fell from the sky, and hit Thor like a waterfall. Seeing this tornado composed entirely of threads, Thor's face showed a hint of excitement. Then, he spun Thor's hammer wildly. Unlike Loki, who likes to hide in the dark to attack, Thor's fighting style is much simpler and more brutal. In his dictionary, there is no such thing as a roundabout attack or a retreat to advance. He always has only one style of fighting, that is, a face-to-face confrontation. The thread tornado that fell from the sky arrived in front of Thor in the blink of an eye. Then, it was blocked by the crazy spinning Thor's hammer in his hand. The spinning Thor's hammer was like an indestructible shield, blocking all attacks for Thor. The white thread tornado seemed to be broken up, as if it had rushed into a meat grinder, and turned into broken threads flying around. When Thor's hammer stopped spinning, the ground around Thor was completely covered with white threads. Except for the small area around him, which remained the same. The area within a radius of hundreds of meters was full of white threads. For some reason, after seeing these threads covering the ground, Thor instinctively realized that something was wrong. Although the thread tornado was broken up by the spinning Thor's hammer, it was absolutely impossible for it to splash everywhere around. This scene, which seemed to be deliberately arranged, made him frown slightly. Soon, he understood where the problem was. When Roger was developing the line rush wave move, he referred to the water-style water rush wave from the next door Naruto world. The only difference is that after the water rush wave attacks the enemy, it will form a river, and the caster will control all the attacks and defenses of the river. Silk threads are not water, and it is impossible to form a river. Therefore, the second half of the line rush wave is slightly different from the water rush wave. After attacking the enemy, the water flow will converge into a river, and after attacking the enemy, the silk threads will cover the surrounding ground, covering the entire battlefield with a carpet made of silk threads. Although Thor didn't know why Roger wanted to make such a silk carpet, his experience and intuition told him that it was not a wise thing to stay on the ground. Just as he tried to swing Thor's hammer to fly off the ground, this silk carpet moved as if it had life. One by one, the thread pillars like gun tips flew out from the silk carpet and attacked Thor from all angles. Unlike the previous thread pillars, the top of the gun tip like thread pillars was no longer white, but metallic black. Armament haki. Roger used his doll to wrap his armament haki around these wire pillars. Swish, 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 swish. Before Thor could fly off the ground, these wire pillars with armament haki wrapped around their tips stabbed into his body like sharp spears. Front chest, back, left arm, left leg, right leg. If Roger hadn't had any bad taste, he would have even let these silk thread spears stab into Thor's buttocks in the most painful part of a man. Under the attack of these black spears, Thor had no chance to fly off the ground. Even if lightning burst out from his body again, these black spears could pass through the intervals between lightning and stab his body again and again. What was even more troublesome was that when these black spears attacked Thor, the silk carpet on the ground began to rise slowly and had a tendency to gradually close. The silk carpet completely enveloped Thor like wrapping paper for a gift. It wasn't just Thor who was enveloped, Roger's doll was also wrapped in it. Starburst. When the silk carpet was completely closed, Roger, who was 1 kilometer away, suddenly put his hands together. With his action, the silk threads in the silk carpet were entangled together crazily, condensing into a white ball of thread. The silk carpet, which was originally hundreds of meters wide, turned into a ball of thread with a diameter of several meters, and floated quietly in the air. After completing all this, Roger used shaving to rush over from a distance, looking at the white ball of thread in front of him with satisfaction. It's easier than imagined. Thor, who can only fight head-on, is much easier to deal with than Loki. Just as Roger was admiring the white ball of thread in front of him with satisfaction, the ball of thread without any gaps suddenly shone with a blue-white light. PS 4.28-5.7 is double the monthly ticket. Although I know that you are not likely to vote for The Apprentice, I still silently ask for the monthly ticket. Chapter 119, Sparkling vs. Raiden. When Roger first started to receive combat training as a time traveler, he asked his instructor a question that was very new to him. Why do many people like to use ordinary moves first in a battle, and then use their real trump cards at the end? In response to his question, his instructor first rolled his eyes at him, and then gave him a very vivid metaphor. When you play a landlord, do you throw out the king bomb at the beginning? Looking at the ball of thread floating in the air and constantly shining with blue light, he once again remembered this answer. In a few seconds, the white ball of thread in front of him became as dazzling as the blue sun. As the blue light lit up, lightning of varying sizes also entangled around the ball of thread. Roger did not further stop Thor's plan, but used the shaving technique to retreat dozens of meters away, patiently waiting for Thor to appear. Boom. Thor did not disappoint him. Not long after he retreated, the white ball of thread shattered like a punctured balloon. The broken white silk thread floated around like a fairy scattering flowers. Under Roger's gaze, Thor, with blue lightning wrapped all over his body, floated quietly in the air, his eyes shining with lightning like blue light. "You are very strong." As he spoke, Thor slowly raised the Thor's hammer in his hand. As Thor's hammer was raised, the originally cloudless and clear sky suddenly became cloudy. The black thunder clouds as dark as ink quickly covered the entire sky, and irregular blue lightning flashed through the thunder clouds like a giant dragon. "You are not bad." Thor was stabbed by the wire column wrapped with armed color domineering for so long, but he didn't even have a wound on his body. Not only did he have no wounds on his body, but even the red cloak behind him didn't have any holes. "I now understand why Loki has no power to fight back in front of you." Thor, with his eyes full of lightning, looked down at Roger. His tone was indescribably serious and solemn. Roger didn't answer Thor. When Thor came out of the line-burst star, he found that Thor was very different. In the perception of observation Haki, the current Thor and the previous Thor are completely different. If the previous Thor was a stubborn bronze, then the current Thor is an eternal diamond. The gap between the two is not a little bit. Although it is possible for a diamond rank to overturn in a bronze rank, in any case, a diamond rank is stronger than a bronze rank. Thor did not speak again. After looking at Roger for a few seconds, he was covered with lightning and flew towards Roger at high speed like a cannonball. Laser beam. Thor's flying speed is not slow, but Roger's shooting speed is faster. In an instant, a golden ray as thick as a finger came in front of Thor. Boom. The golden ray hit the flying Thor accurately like a sniper rifle bullet. The sun-like explosion light instantly enveloped everything around. However, before the dazzling explosion light dissipated, Thor, covered with lightning, rushed out of the light ball and came in front of Roger. 8-foot mirror. Before Thor's hammer fell, Roger turned into particles of light and disappeared. "Have you been kicked by the speed of light?" Thor was still looking for Roger's trace when Roger's voice came from above his head. Along with the voice, there was also a thicker and yellower light column. Light speed kick. In midair, Roger first reminded Thor, and then kicked out this kick that was said to have reached the speed of light. Boom. Thor was indeed an experienced warrior. At this time, he showed the qualities that a qualified warrior should have. He turned around at an unimaginable speed and blocked Thor's hammer in front of the light column of the light speed kick. Although the power of the light speed kick was very strong, it was still unrealistic to kick Thor's hammer to pieces. Under the resistance of Thor's hammer, the light column of the light speed kick turned into scattered light and flew around in a mess. Boom. The sound of explosions rang out one after another. The scattered light left explosion pits of different sizes on the ground. Thor, who blocked the light speed kick, did not hesitate at all and flew towards Roger like lightning. Just as he was about to reach Roger, Roger once again turned into particles of light and disappeared. Compared with the magma fruit, which is only good at frontal attacks, the glittering fruit is undoubtedly more comprehensive. Especially in terms of speed, the glittering fruit far exceeds the magma fruit. After dodging Thor's attack with the 8-foot mirror again, Roger returned to the ground. To be precise, he returned to the position where Thor had just stood. "Is all you can do to dodge like a mouse?" Thor, who was floating in the air, said with dissatisfaction. Although Roger only used the 8-foot mirror twice, he was sure that he could not keep up with Roger's speed. As long as Roger wanted to dodge, not only could he not keep up, but even the lightning he shot could not keep up. "Of course not. In addition to dodging, I can also do this." Light speed punch. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, the light speed punch he swung came in front of Thor. Boom. The laser-like light speed punch hit Thor's chest hard, knocking him out. At the same time, Roger on the ground disappeared again. For ordinary people, the light speed punch is a fatal punch that cannot be resisted. But for Thor, whose physical strength is enough to withstand the energy of neutron stars, the power of the light speed punch is not enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Of course, it will hurt. Just as Thor was about to stabilize his body and stop flying backwards, Roger's figure appeared in front of him again. Countless golden light particles instantly condensed into Roger's body. Then, under Thor's gaze, Roger's golden fist hit him hard on the chest. Lightspeed machine gun. After the first fist hit Thor, one golden fist after another kept hitting him. In just a moment, Roger threw hundreds of punches. Under this crazy attack like a storm, Thor had no chance to fight back at all. He could only protect his head with both hands and control Thor's hammer to release lightning randomly. Golden flashes, blue lightning. At this moment, in this unknown forest, a gorgeous scene that can only be seen in movies or anime appeared. After knocking Thor from the air to the ground, Roger ended this random attack with a lightspeed machine gun. However, his attack did not stop there. The lightspeed machine gun seems to be very powerful, but in fact, the damage is not particularly high. In other words, for aliens like Thor and Loki, the power is not as strong as imagined. Even Loki, who is a small body, can withstand the random attack of the lightspeed machine gun, and Thor, who is more physically fit, can certainly withstand it. Therefore, Roger decided to give Thor a VIP treatment that Loki has never enjoyed. Lightspeed bomb. Like the lightspeed fist, Roger's right hand turned into a golden and shining arm. However, unlike the lightspeed fist, his right arm at this time is more than a little bit thicker. The right fist, that was originally as thick as a normal person, has now become a huge right fist like Hulk. In this right fist, that is obviously different from ordinary people, there is energy far beyond the lightspeed fist. In a flash, when his right fist became like a giant fist under the amplification of the lightspeed bomb, Roger did not hesitate and threw this super punch that was far more powerful than the lightspeed punch. Boom. When the lightspeed bomb hit Thor, a terrifying explosion far surpassing the previous one sounded. Under the sun-like explosion light, the surrounding soil and stone seemed to be completely decomposed by the golden light and turned into nothingness. The golden mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the airwaves generated by the explosion swept around like a tsunami, dispersing the thunder clouds covering the sky, uprooting the nearby trees, and blowing them away. Lightspeed bomb. This is the strongest move of the flash fruit that Roger has developed so far. The principle of this move is as simple and crude as its name. After hitting the target, all the energy in the fist will be instantly detonated like a bomb, thus throwing a shocking punch. When he fought with Loki before, Roger had planned to use this move. However, considering Loki's not very strong body, he gave up this idea because he was afraid that if he punched Loki, he would really die. The golden mushroom cloud did not last too long. After more than 10 seconds, the mushroom cloud began to dissipate gradually. When the power of the lightspeed bomb completely dissipated, the scene in front of Roger was completely different. The originally green forest was now in a mess. Under him was Thor lying, and an explosion crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Looking at Thor, who seemed to be molested by dozens of old ladies, Roger suddenly remembered something, and then turned into light particles and disappeared. When he found the blown ink painting from the fallen trees, he breathed a sigh of relief. When he used the lightspeed bomb just now, he forgot about the ink painting he had placed on the tree. It was not until he saw Thor's limp expression that he remembered it. After unfolding the ink painting that had already been damaged, he opened the space door in the ink painting and lifted Loki out. "Let's stop here for now. Loki is yours," Roger said silently after carrying Loki to Thor, who had stood up again. Although Thor's image now doesn't look good and his breath is a little weak, it has to be said that Asgardians are tough. Thor was hit by his lightspeed bomb head on, but he was still not seriously injured. This ability to withstand blows is no longer something that science can explain. By the way, Loki recently met a dubious person named Thanos. After you go back, remember to tell Odin not to let Loki learn bad things. He is already more than 1,000 years old. It would be a pity if he learns bad things now. After saying that, Roger ignored the confused Loki and used the 8-foot mirror to disappear in front of Thor and Loki. PS. Thank you for the reward from ZUIAI Kanbei. Thank you for your support. The second update will be posted in the evening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 120 Robbed. Until Roger's figure completely disappeared, Loki still had that confused expression. After these few days of contact, he thought that he and Roger were the same kind of people, with similar ideas and concepts. However, now, he found that he thought too much. Unlike Loki, who was still in a daze, Thor frowned after hearing Roger's reminder. Thanos, a person of no good. After frowning and recalling carefully, Thor found that he didn't know who Thanos was at all. However, he quickly put this question behind his mind. Since he didn't know him, he didn't care about it for now. Anyway, the purpose of his coming to Earth this time was just to bring Loki back to Asgard. After grabbing Loki's shoulders, Thor looked up at the sky and called Heimdall. A few seconds later, a rainbow-like gorgeous light column fell from the sky, completely covering the two of them. The whole process from the appearance to the disappearance of the rainbow bridge was less than 3 seconds. When the rainbow bridge completely disappeared, Roger's figure appeared in the forest not far away. After performing the 8-foot mirror, he did not leave the forest immediately. At first, he did intend to return directly to the building where he lived. However, after thinking that he had not seen the complete form of the rainbow bridge with his own eyes, he changed his mind and recondensed his figure in the forest. It must be said that among the many means of transmission, the rainbow bridge is at the top level in terms of visual effects and transmission efficiency. More importantly, the rainbow bridge is not only a transmission prop, but also a strategic weapon with the ability to destroy planets. Although many weapons in science fiction works are exaggeratedly described as planet-destroying weapons, there are not so many weapons that can truly destroy planets. At least in his memory, there are only a few weapons that can truly annihilate the entire planet. I want it so much. Until the brilliant light of the rainbow bridge completely disappeared, Roger was still in the desire for the rainbow bridge. After temporarily suppressing his desire, he opened the space door and returned to the building where he lived. After sending Loki and Thor away, Roger began his boring practice life again. The level of the Trillion Fruit has not yet been upgraded to LV3, which is undoubtedly a huge waste for such a powerful natural fruit as the Trillion Fruit. Fortunately, he had the experience left by the Magma Fruit training before, so the training of the Trillion Fruit was not a difficult task for him. The only problem is that it takes time to upgrade the Trillion Fruit bit by bit. Boring days always pass very quickly. A week passed unknowingly. During this week, Roger maintained his life in the upper class of New York, while paying attention to the progress of Buggy and others. In general, he had a relatively easy week and nothing unexpected happened. However, in order to uproot the Hydra as soon as possible, he revealed a small part of the Hydra intelligence to General Ross. After the dissolution of SHIELD, the military and CIA and other agencies divided the authority that originally belonged to SHIELD in a very amicable manner. Of course, in order to prove that they are not worse than SHIELD, the military and those official agencies have begun to tacitly brush reputation actions. Among these mission monsters, Hydra is undoubtedly the one with the most reputation. Roger did not hand over some core intelligence to General Ross. What he handed over were some small characters who were not presentable, but were like cockroaches all over the world. He wanted the leader of Hydra, and the military wanted political achievements. Both sides got what they needed, and the cooperation was quite pleasant. When the Winter Soldier team led by Bucky and the Defender team led by Luke Cage joined forces, Gideon Malik was found in the UK by Bucky and others after hiding for more than a week. Later, he and his entire family were completely wiped out by Bucky and others. Roger was not surprised at the demise of the Malik family. In addition to the property and status in the normal world, Malik's family did not have any extraordinary power. The only power they could use was the soldiers trained by Hydra. In front of Bucky and others, these Hydra soldiers had little resistance. Even the Death Warriors who were highly expected by Hydra only slightly blocked the footsteps of Bucky and others. After this period of attack, the only leader left in Hydra was Baron Zemo. After the leaders of Hydra were killed one after another, Baron Zemo suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Whether it was the people of Hydra or Bucky and others, they had completely lost his trace. No one knew where he went, not even his old butler who had served the family for a lifetime. After searching for Baron Zemo for a while like looking for a needle in a haystack, Roger gave Bucky and others a new order to transport the captured black monolith back to New York. As for Baron Zemo, Roger didn't mind letting him live a little longer. New York, Don Quixote headquarters building. Roger enjoyed a massage from Sharon Carter in his office. After the dissolution of SHIELD, Sharon Carter officially joined the Don Quixote group and resumed his position as his personal assistant. For Roger, Sharon Carter's return to the Don Quixote group was something he had decided long ago. However, there were still some small accidents in this matter. Sharon Carter's ex-boyfriend, former Captain America Steve Rogers, broke into the Don Quixote building alone after learning the news. After knocking over the group's guards, Steve Rogers came to Roger's office with an angry face. No one knew what the two of them talked about in the office. Half an hour later, Steve Rogers left the building with a lonely face. Roger did not cause any physical harm to him, but only slightly hurt his spirit. Since that day, Rogers has never appeared in public again. Sir, there is a problem with the Black Boulder. Just as Roger was enjoying Sharon Carter's increasingly sophisticated massage skills, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Bucky, who was escorting the Black Boulder back to New York. What happened? The Black Boulder was stolen, and the one who did it was a supernatural person with teleportation ability. Bucky quickly explained what happened at the time. After receiving Roger's new order, Bucky and others boarded the cargo plane back to New York with the Blackstone. This cargo plane was arranged by the Osborn Group. Only the people in the Osborn Group knew the flight route and flight time. However, just as the cargo plane was flying to New York, a person with a brilliant light like the aurora appeared in the cabin. Although Bucky and others discovered this uninvited guest at the first time, they had no time to stop this person. From the appearance to the taking away of the Blackstone, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. Okay, I know. After listening to Bucky's description, Roger hung up the phone. Bucky and others may not know who the uninvited guest is, but he already has a rough guess in his mind. Not many people are interested in this Blackstone, and even his current partner Norman Osborn does not know the secret of the Blackstone. He has the ability to take away the Blackstone from the flying cargo plane, and he uses the extraordinary ability of teleportation. Combining these 2 points, it is not difficult to guess who the person who stole the Blackstone is. I don't bother you, but you come to steal my things. You are so brave. Unless there are other aliens with teleportation ability among the aliens, Roger can basically be sure that the one who took the Black Boulder is Gordon, who has no eyes but teleportation ability. Gordon is an important member of the aliens on Earth, but Roger knows very well that all of Gordon's actions were arranged by Jai Rang, the leader of the aliens on Earth. Jai Rang is not only the leader of the aliens on Earth, but also the mother of the Shockwave girl Daisy Johnson. Whitehall's immortal superpower was transplanted from Jai Rang. However, the superpower transplanted by Whitehall is only the immortal part of Jai Rang's superpower. As for the more important superpower, that can absorb the vitality of others to recover from injuries or prolong one's lifespan, Whitehall did not transplant it. How is the search for the specific location of the afterlife going now? Whitehall couldn't find Jai Rang again because he lacks some key information. But for Roger, this is not a problem. Although he didn't know where the afterlife of the aliens on Earth was, he knew a rough range. We have narrowed down the suspected locations to 5, and the specific location should be determined in a few days. Sharon Carter recalled and answered quickly. Tell those search teams that, if they can determine the specific location within 2 days, the final reward will be increased by 50%. After Iron Fist's family business Rand Group became a subsidiary of Don Quixote Group, Roger can now use a staggering amount of funds. In short, the problems that can be solved with money now are not too big a problem for him. Okay, I'll notify them immediately. After saying that, Sharon Carter withdrew her hands that were massaging Roger's shoulders and left the office. When Sharon Carter left the office, Roger silently turned on the system in his heart. The system is being upgraded and maintained. Maintenance countdown. 126 hours and 47 minutes. Although the system is still being upgraded and maintained, compared with the beginning, it now finally has an accurate end time. After taking a look at the remaining maintenance time, Roger turned off the system and called Dr. Connors in the laboratory. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Dinkizheo Bixin. Thank you for your support. Chapter 121 Jiring's Plan. Dr. Connors is a top scientist in the field of biology. Although he has not done those less serious experiments since he recovered his human body, Roger thinks he will be more or less interested if the experimental subjects are inhumans. After listening to Roger's thoughts, Dr. Connors was silent for more than 10 seconds before giving his own reply. If this race called Inhumans is really as amazing as you said, I should be able to help you analyze something useful. Dr. Connors said it very tactfully, but there was an unconcealable excitement in his tone. Sure enough, for a scientist, giving him an interesting research project is more exciting than giving him money. This is just like some old drivers. If you say you will take him to make money, he may not be interested. But if you tell him that there is a beautiful newcomer in the club next door, even if you stop him from going, he will quietly go there on a dark and windy night. People are like this. When you encounter something you are really interested in, the door of reason and morality will be completely blocked. After talking to Dr. Connors on the phone, Roger opened the space door in the office and started to head to Washington. After this operation to eliminate Hydra, he found that Don Quixote Group was now lacking something very important. It was not an intelligence network, nor weapons and equipment, but a reliable means of transportation. In the previous operations, both he and Bucky and others used the means of transportation provided by the Osborn Group. The only difference was that he took Norman Osborn's private plane, while Bucky and others took a cargo plane. After several transfers, he successfully arrived at a military camp near Washington. After showing his electronic certificate, he entered the military camp and came to the helipad in the military camp. Mr. Wayne, these are the 3 Quinjets you booked before. The flight mileage is no more than 1,000 kilometers. Here are the departure documents and inspection documents. The lieutenant in camouflage uniforms introduced, while handing the information in his hand to Roger. Like the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., after the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D., the equipment that originally belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. also became the military and other official agencies. Relying on his good relationship with General Ross, Roger ordered 3 Quinjets from the military in the name of the Don Quixote Group. Because they were equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D., the military didn't feel bad about selling them. The price of a Quinjets was only half of the price of an F-22 Raptor. If the military was not willing to sell him only 3 Quinjets at most this time, Roger would have planned to buy more than 10 or 20 Quinjets and directly form a flight squadron belonging to the Don Quixote Group. Although 3 is a little less, it is not bad for the Don Quixote Group, which does not have any fighters now. Although the fire control system on the fighter is retained, we have removed the relevant ammunition and weapons, which does not affect your flight training. Although the fighters were purchased from the military, they could not be too arrogant and presumptuous. They still had to cover up what needed to be covered up. As far as he knew, he was not the only one who used flight training as an excuse to buy Quinjets. Some people's excuses for buying Quinjets were even more exaggerated, saying that they were used to develop air tourism routes. Okay, please arrange for someone to deliver these 2 planes to the agreed airport. As for the middle one, I will drive it back directly. If he hadn't wanted to experience the feeling of driving a Quinjet for the first time, he wouldn't have come all the way here in person. He has driven a lot of sports cars and yachts recently, but this is his first time flying a plane and a fighter jet. No problem, we will deliver the fighter jet within the agreed time. After handing over the fighter jet to the young lieutenant, Roger boarded the Quinjet fighter jet that already belonged to the Don Quixote Group. Although this was his first time, he had already started learning how to fly when he decided to buy a Quinjet fighter jet from the military. After operating on the slightly complicated console, he began his first fighter jet flying experience. Unlike using his own fruit ability or flying with the moon step, flying a fighter jet was a brand new experience he had never experienced before. However, the pleasant feeling of flying a fighter jet for the first time completely disappeared less than half an hour after taking off. The fighter jet's flying speed was indeed very fast, and he could also control the fighter jet to make some fancy flying postures. However, when he flew the fighter plane to a certain height, the thrill of driving completely disappeared. Unlike driving a racing car, when flying a fighter plane in the air, there is no need to worry about running off the runway or hitting obstacles. As long as he does not enter the civil aviation route or the military route, he will not hit other people, even if he controls the fighter plane with his eyes closed. Without the stimulation that requires constant high attention, the fun of flying quickly disappeared. When he landed the Quinjet at Norman Osborn's private airport, he made a decision. Unless he was going to fly a fighter plane for air combat in the future, he would never sit in that driving seat again. There was no feeling of blood rushing. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inspired by the bonus, the search teams responsible for finding the afterlife successfully eliminated all suspected locations within 2 days and determined the true location of the afterlife. After obtaining the confirmed coordinates, Roger took Bucky and the Winter Soldier team and flew towards the afterlife in the Quinjet. The afterlife is located in the Himalayas, and it takes almost half the world to fly from New York. This also meant that the flight time for this trip would not be short. The Himalayas, where the aliens retreated from the world. Haven't you found a way to use this black boulder yet? Jaya Rying, who looked only 30 or 40 years old and had several scars on her face, asked silently. The liquefaction time and duration of this boulder are inconsistent every time, and we haven't found the hidden rules yet. A blond man in a white coat adjusted his glasses and said helplessly, "We must find Hive back. If we want to establish an alien kingdom on Earth, we need his power." Although Jaya Rying is the leader of the aliens on Earth, it is obvious that she is not particularly clear about Hive's abilities. She only knows that Hive is the first alien to pass through the Terrigen Mist and has power beyond all aliens. After investigation, she also knew that Hive, who was exiled in ancient times, is still alive at this time. Hydra sends a devotee to Hive through the black boulder every few decades. It was because of this that she let Gordon snatch the black boulder that already belonged to Roger. "I'll try my best," the blond man with glasses answered in a tone that was not very confident. In fact, apart from Jaya Rying and a few people, not many people knew about Jaya Rying's plan to bring the Hive back to Earth. Even Jaya Rying's most loyal subordinate Gordon only knew a little bit. After more than 10 hours of long flight, the black-painted Quinjet finally arrived above the afterlife. Before the fighter plane landed, Roger said to Buggy and others, "I can go down by myself. You provide fire support on the periphery." As soon as the voice fell, he opened the space door in the cabin. He did not directly set the exit of the space door in the afterlife. After leaving the Quinjet, he opened the exit in the air, and under the action of gravity, he fell towards the afterlife like a meteor. 8-foot mirror. After enjoying an extreme bungee jump without a safety rope, when he was only a few dozen meters away from the ground, he used the power of the flash fruit. He turned into a golden light particle, came to the ground in an instant, and then condensed his body again. As soon as his body was condensed, the alien guards from the afterlife came in front of him and surrounded him. Although the visual effects of the shining fruit are weaker during the day, that is relative to the dark night. When he was still in freefall, the guards from the afterlife had already discovered him, the uninvited guest. However, these guards did not expect that he would turn into a beam of light just when he was about to make close contact with the ground. Unlike normal guards, the guards from the afterlife did not have common firearms. Instead, they had various superpowers that were like magic. Among these guards, Roger saw some condensing fireballs in their hands, some with lightning flashing in their palms, and some who instantly turned into giants. Although he was surrounded by alien guards, there was no fear on his face, but instead gave people the feeling of watching a magic show. After scanning the guards around him, he did not give them a chance to ask questions, and jumped with a little force. Before these alien guards could react, he was shining with golden light like the sun. Yatagarasu. Countless dazzling light bullets of all sizes shot out from his body, attacking everything around him like a rainstorm. Swish, 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 swish. The dazzling light bullets that flew at high speed instantly pierced through the first few alien guards. Then they continued to fly backwards with undiminished power. Roger did not discriminate against the alien race. On the contrary, he admired the alien race. but the premise of appreciation was that the aliens would not come to trouble him, let alone rob him of his things. He was different from Hydra. He was not very interested in the hive. He was interested in the planet, where the hive was exiled. That was a planet suitable for human habitation. If measured by the value of the commodity, that planet was truly priceless. Although the alien gods had certain superpowers, they were no different from ordinary humans in front of Roger's Yatagarasu. In less than a few seconds, the alien guards surrounding him were shot into sieves by the dazzling golden light bullets. Even the aliens living nearby were also attacked by the Yatano-Mogatama, but compared to the guards, they were much luckier, and were only injured but not killed. Chapter 122. You rely too much on superpowers. The dazzling light bombs in the sky gradually dissipated, and Roger's figure appeared again. The 8-foot-long Jade Mogatama is indeed a magical skill for clearing the field. It is very useful for dealing with small minions. Come out, there is no need to hide anymore. When performing the 8-foot-long Jade Mogatama, Roger's observation haki sensed several more powerful life breaths rushing over. Compared with the guards who had lost their lives, the life breaths of these people were more than a little stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiraiya, who had several scars on her face, walking out from a nearby corner. With Jiraiya, there were 2 men and 2 women. Although Roger had never seen Jiraiya before, he had seen a photo of Jiraiya before she was disfigured in Whitehall's information. Compared with the photo in the information, Jiraiya had no changes except for a few more scars on her face, and there was no sign of aging. No wonder Whitehall was so interested in Jiraiya's superpowers. Immortality, one of the eternal pursuits of mankind. Especially for those who hold power, a long life is a common pursuit. Roger's eyes stayed on Jiraiya for only a short while, and then turned to the 2 young women who looked a bit like Jiraiya. These 2 are. When he asked the search team to find the specific location of the afterlife, he did not forget to ask people to look for Jiraiya's daughter Sky. But unfortunately, the money was spent, but there was no information about Sky at all. Not only was there no information about Sky, but there was also no information about Jiraiya's husband Calvin Zabbo. After seeing the black-haired young woman next to Jiraiya, he felt that he seemed to have gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. When he asked people to look for Sky, he looked for Sky, based on the premise that Sky was abandoned by Calvin Zabbo and Jiraiya. All the intelligence collection was based on the fact that Sky was abandoned. But now, he found that he was still trapped in the inertia of thinking. You broke into our gathering place and killed our people. You are too overbearing. Jiraiya glanced at the corpse on the ground and said in a bad tone, "It's just a courtesy. You were just as overbearing when you asked people to rob me." Although he was alone now, Roger didn't think he would be in any danger. The Inhumans are indeed a race that can awaken superpowers. However, there are not many Inhumans who can use the Terrigen Mist to awaken superpowers. In this regard, Jiraiya and others seem to have an unknown standard of judgment. More importantly, except for a few Inhumans, the superpowers awakened by most Inhumans are not that good in his opinion. These superpowers are magical, but not every superpower has strong combat power. That originally belonged to my Inhumans. I just asked people to take back what belongs to us. Jiraiya continued. Go tell Whitehall and those Hydras this. The black monolith may have belonged to the Inhumans a long time ago, but that was thousands of years ago. If the black monolith had always been in the hands of the Inhumans, it would be fine. They were unable to take the black monolith back from the Hydra, so they came to steal their spoils. In Roger's opinion, the Inhumans' behavior was quite shameless. When Roger said Whitehall's name, Jiraiya's face, which was not very good to begin with, became even colder. Gordon, kill him. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, a brilliant light like the aurora appeared on Gordon standing behind her. The next second, the light disappeared, and Gordon disappeared with it. At the moment Gordon disappeared, Roger frowned slightly. Gordon's breath completely disappeared. The observation haki lost the perception of Gordon. However, at this time, he still stood there motionless. Gordon's instant movement broke through the perception of the observation haki, which was indeed a bit beyond Roger's expectations. However, he still did not take Gordon's attack seriously. The reason is very simple. If Gordon wants to attack, he must appear again. As long as he appeared, Roger had the confidence to relock Gordon's position. In addition to this instant teleportation ability like quantum teleportation, Gordon did not have any other means of attack, so it was not difficult for him to block his attack. In just a moment, Gordon appeared in the blind spot behind Roger, and the dagger in his right hand stabbed directly into his back. Gordon usually didn't like to use weapons. For him, as long as he could touch the enemy, he could move the enemy away together. Next, as long as he went to a high altitude, he could easily get rid of the enemy. But now, he had to use a weapon that he rarely used. Although he couldn't see the scene of Roger falling from the air, he knew that Roger had the ability to fly. This meant that his commonly used high altitude falling killing method could not be used on Roger. Although Gordon had no eyes, his attack was still extremely accurate. Whether it was the angle of attack or the speed, his backstab was perfect. At the moment when the dagger in his heart was about to stab Roger, a metallic black arm grabbed his neck like lightning and pressed him heavily to the ground. Bang! Caught off guard, Gordon didn't even have time to teleport away, and he came into close contact with the ground, feeling the thickness of the earth with his body. Do you know why you, who have superpowers, can't even deal with Hydra? You all rely too much on your own superpowers. After pressing Gordon to the ground, Roger's right leg instantly turned into a flash, stepping on Gordon's chest, preventing him from teleporting. Jirang never thought that Gordon, whom she had trained, would be so weak in front of Roger. However, despite being shocked, she quickly calmed down and asked again, "What do you want?" "It's not about what I want to do now, it's about how you plan to solve this matter." While speaking, Roger slightly increased the strength of his right foot, making Gordon look painful. If it was just to step on Gordon, there was no need for him to turn his right foot into a flash element at this time. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Jirang said again, "Let him go first. I will give you a satisfactory answer." Although there are still many aliens who have awakened superpowers in the afterlife, Jirang found helplessly that no one can compete with Roger. From his appearance to now, Roger has only attacked twice, but she can see that Roger did not attack with all his strength in these two attacks. Before letting Gordon snatch the black boulder, she asked someone to investigate Roger and made some assessments of Roger's combat power. But now, she found that she had seriously underestimated Roger's true strength. Jirang is not a warrior. She can become the leader of the aliens on Earth, not relying on her own combat ability. She can stand out among so many aliens. In addition to her lifespan being much longer than that of normal people, more importantly, she has rich experience in accurately assessing the superpowers of each alien. It is precisely because of this that she can become a mentor to most aliens and teach them how to master their superpowers after awakening. Are both of them your daughters? Roger did not release his right foot that was stepping on Gordon, but pointed at Sky and the other person behind Jirang and asked, "Yes, they are both my daughters." Roger's question made Jirang stunned for a moment, but she still gave an answer. "What are their names?" Roger continued to ask, with a curious look on his face. "Cora, Daisy, Cora." Roger recalled quickly in his mind. In his memory, in a special parallel universe, Jirang seemed to have a daughter named Cora. But compared with Sky, no, it should be said that Cora is much less famous than Daisy. Both of your daughters are pretty good. While speaking, Roger raised his right foot that was stepping on Gordon and released the flash element of his right foot. More than 10 minutes later, in an ancient Chinese building in the afterlife, Roger and Jirang sat opposite each other. Next to them was the black boulder that would liquefy from time to time. Because of Roger's request, Cora and Daisy were also in this classical Chinese hall, looking at him with curiosity and doubt. "Tell me, how do you plan to solve this matter?" Although this is Jirang's territory, Roger still looks relaxed. He has carefully sensed the afterlife with his observation haki and confirmed the strength of the life breath of every alien in the afterlife. P.S. Thank you Mao Ziya Feng for the reward. Thank you for your support. That during the May Day holiday, the update may be a little unstable, but everyone can rest assured that there will be no interruption. In terms of guaranteeing updates, The Apprentice can still be trusted. Chapter 123 Upgraded System. Although the afterlife is a place for inhumans to escape from the world, there are not many inhumans in the afterlife. Even if those inhumans who have not yet awakened their superpowers are included, the total number of inhumans in the afterlife is only more than 300, and the number of inhumans who have awakened their superpowers is less than 1/5. It is indeed wrong for us to let Gordon take the black monolith, but this black monolith is related to the future of our inhumans. If you were an inhuman, you would also find a way to take this stone back. Although it was a hostile stance, Jairang's tone at this time was indescribably natural, as if she was not negotiating with the enemy, but chatting about the past with a long-lost friend. Okay, there is no need to explain so much. I know better than you what this stone is used for. To put it nicely, it is for the future of the Inhumans, but in the final analysis, it is nothing more than wanting to save the hive. Although Roger did not know Jairang's specific plan, her purpose was not difficult to guess. Unless she wanted to have a planet of her own like himself. Otherwise, saving the hive is their only goal. You actually know Hive? Jairang was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. Not only do I know Hive, I know him better than you do. If you are planning to use Hive's power to accomplish something, I advise you to give up this idea. It's a very complicated matter and you can't control it. Roger was not joking, he was serious. Jairang might not know the specific capabilities of Hive, but he knew it very clearly. If Hive returned to Earth, he could guarantee that Jairang and other aliens would become Hive's crazy fans the next day, and they would be the kind of crazy fans that could not be saved. Why do you know Hive so well? As far as I know, even the people of Hydra don't know him very well. Jairang asked with a frown. It's not that she didn't doubt Roger, but Roger's expression now didn't look like he was lying. No comment on that. Roger shook his head and then continued, if I guess correctly, you want to save Hive just to use his power to achieve certain goals. For example, to establish an inhuman country or something. If that's your goal, I can provide more help than Hive. At this moment, Roger was like a demon who was bewitching others. Although the strength of the Inhumans was not very good, it cannot be denied that the superpowers awakened by the Inhumans were still very useful. Not to mention the distant past, Roger was very interested in Daisy's superpower Shockwave. Of course, in addition to Daisy's Shockwave superpower, he was also quite interested in Daisy. At this moment, Daisy was a little younger than he thought, and it looked like she had just reached adulthood not long ago. As for Cora, she looked like she was only in her early 20s. You have no reason to help us. With your strength, you don't need our help. I don't know if it was my illusion. Jairang always felt that Roger's eyes looking at Daisy were a little bit wrong. At the same time, Cora's eyes looking at Roger were also a little bit wrong. Of course I have my reasons. You want to establish a kingdom of aliens, and I also have my own goals. From this perspective, we can become partners. Of course, I'm not helping you for free. There are many strange superpowers among you aliens, and I also need your help. Roger was not joking, he was serious. If he remembered correctly, there was more than one alien who had the ability to predict the future. Although the predictions given by these aliens need to be correctly interpreted, no matter what, they all accurately predicted the future. Just because of this, Jairang still didn't quite believe it. Otherwise, if you really don't believe it, you can also think that I was dazzled by beauty, Roger said with a smile. After looking at Roger seriously for a few seconds, Jairang said, if you really want to cooperate with us, I can agree. Roger smiled and continued, cooperation is cooperation, but you haven't given me an explanation for the fact that you robbed my things. One thing is one thing, he will not forget that Jairang sent people to rob the Black Boulder, just because he needs to use the power of the aliens in the future. What do you want to say? Roger did not answer Jairang directly, but pointed at Daisy and her sister and said, you two should go out first. You are not suitable to be present for what is to come. Daisy and her sister turned to look at Jairang. After seeing Jairang nodded in agreement, the two sisters left the hall and closed the door. I want them both, Roger said directly after Daisy and her sister left the hall. That's impossible. Jairang refused without even thinking about it. I'm not asking for your consent, I'm just informing you. If you don't agree, I will kill everyone in the afterlife and then take them away. No one in the afterlife can stop me. You should know this very well. Roger never thought that he was a good person. He pretended to be a good person before, just to establish a reputation in human society. Apart from anything else, his system is the Great Pirate System. Righteous pirates only appear in anime. Jiraiya did not expect that Roger, who was so easy to talk to just now, would change so suddenly. You have 1 minute to think about it. If you don't answer, I will take it as your rejection. After saying that, Roger stopped talking and waited for Jiraiya's final answer. Although Jiraiya has not given an answer yet, he can more or less guess the answer. If it was Jiraiya before she met Whitehall, she would definitely refuse his request. She couldn't do such a thing as using her daughter in exchange for the safety of herself and her people. However, after experiencing Whitehall's inhumane experiment, she changed. In order to achieve her goal, let alone sacrificing her daughter, even if she had to sacrifice her own life, she would not hesitate at all. I agree. From today on, they are yours. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Jiraiya made the final decision. By the way, give me a personal suggestion. Some things are better to remember in your heart. There is no need to use the scars on your face to remind yourself. Roger pointed to the scars on Jiraiya's face. With Jiraiya's superpowers, it is not difficult to remove the scars on her face. She can absorb the vitality of others to quickly heal wounds, so it is impossible that she can't even remove the scars. This is my private matter and has nothing to do with you. Jiraiya's tone became much colder. What if I say I don't like scars on my allies' faces? Roger stood up and walked in front of Jiraiya, pinched her chin, and looked down at her. In terms of human lifespan, Jiraiya has definitely entered menopause. However, this is only from the perspective of ordinary humans. In this regard, Roger has different criteria for judgment. In his judgment, whether a woman is too old has nothing to do with her specific age. Whether she is hundreds of years old or thousands of years old, as long as she is still in the young stage of her life, then in his opinion, she is young. Of course, Jiraiya certainly cannot be hundreds of years old or thousands of years old. Don't go too far. Although she said that, Jiraiya did not break free from Roger's right hand, but just looked at him with a little dissatisfaction. Roger finally retracted his right hand and said slowly, "Let's do this for today. I'll take Shitao and Daisy away. Here's my contact information. If you need help, you can contact me. However, helping is not an obligation. You'd better prepare your reward." After saying that, Roger opened the space door on his body in front of Jiraiya and put the black boulder that was taller than him, along with the stone and the box, into it. After doing this, he pushed open the door and left the hall. "Your mother Jiraiya asked me to take care of you two for a while, so you should follow me back to New York." Before boarding the Quinjet, Roger explained to Daisy and the others. Although he could not consider Jiraiya's feelings, he needed to consider Daisy and the others' feelings. There was no benefit in letting them know the truth. Daisy and the others seemed to be used to Jiraiya's arrangement and had no questions. When the two of them boarded the fighter, the all-black Quinjet flew towards New York at a high speed. After more than 10 hours of long flight, the Quinjet landed on the rooftop helipad of the Don Quixote building. After returning to his office, Roger said to Sharon Carter, who was already waiting in the office, "Collect their blood and biological samples, and then send these samples to Dr. Kana's laboratory. In addition, you personally teach them fighting skills and agent action skills. By the way, arrange a hacker teacher for Daisy to see if she has talent in this area." On the way back to New York, Roger asked Daisy and her sister about their current situation. In terms of superpowers, they have awakened and have mastered them initially, but there is still a long way to go before they can form a stable combat power, especially as the elder sister Cora, her control of superpowers is just at the entry stage. Roger is indeed a little greedy for their bodies, but he is not yet at the point where he is completely dominated by his lower body. If it's just women, with his current financial resources and status, even Hollywood actresses are not a problem. In addition to being women, the Daisy sisters are also warriors with great potential. Once they have mastered their own superpowers, they can become independent super soldiers. In the next few days, Roger started his boring daily practice again. It was called practice, but in fact he was waiting for the system to be restarted. When the countdown for the system upgrade and maintenance reached 0, he immediately turned on the system. Great Pirate System, version v5.1, host, Roger. Occupation, Great Pirate Hacky, Armament Hacky LV3, Observation Hacky LV3. Devil Fruit, main, String Fruit LV4, Assimilation, none. Devil Fruit, secondary, Door Fruit LV3, Magma Fruit LV4. Sparkle Fruit LV3. Combat moves, String Fruit, 5-colored string, elastic string, string armor, parasitic string, rogue descending string, spider web wall, spider's nest, foot shaving string, exceeding whip string, super strike stranding whip, sky road, shadow rider string, bird cage, string waterfall funeral, string coffin, string flow wall, string impact wave. String exploding star. Magma fruit, great fire breathing, Hades dog, dog eating crimson lotus, lava gun, lava meteor fist. Sparkle fruit, laser beam, light speed kick, 8-foot mirror, 8-foot ninja megatama, light speed fist, light speed machine gun, light speed bomb. 6 styles, shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon step, storm kick, finger gun. 6 style secrets, 6 king gun. Maximum round 6 king gun bounty. 100 million berries Barry. 47 million bounty mission, advanced bounty mission, obtain the cosmic cube and destroy shield and hydra. Primary reward, obtain the cosmic cube, fruit and domineering level are all increased by 1 level. Mission progress, completed. Intermediate reward, destroy an organization. Flash fruit, mission progress, completed. Advanced reward, destroy 2 organizations. Tremor fruit, mission progress, not completed. Mall, open for business. After a quick look at the upgraded system, Roger did not find much difference. Except for the addition of a strengthening sequence behind the main fruit line fruit, the entire system does not seem to have changed. Although he notes that the system may be upgraded, he does not know what it will look like after the upgrade. According to the explanation of those programmers, when the system starts to upgrade, the system can have uniqueness. If every traverser who travels through the pirate world can get an initial pirate system, then after the upgrade, everyone's system will become a unique and exclusive system. This upgrade is entirely determined by the actual situation of the host. Roger ignored the bounty that had grown to 100 million berries and focused on the upgrade information that had just appeared in his mind. In general, the system upgrade this time did not add too many functions, but added an assimilation ability to the main fruit. The so-called assimilation is to use the main fruit to assimilate the devil fruit or items, so that the main fruit has abilities that it did not originally have. Because of the emergence of the assimilation function, the system will reward or purchase devil fruits in the future. He can choose whether to assimilate them to the main fruit or make them his own secondary fruit. In simple terms, it is to strengthen the main fruit or add another secondary fruit. In addition to the devil fruit, he can also choose to assimilate some items or abilities in these worlds. However, the system did not give a detailed assimilation list. Whether it can be assimilated or not, he can only try it slowly, and this attempt also has certain risks. Once the assimilation fails, the items used for assimilation will disappear. Just like the failure of weapon enhancement in the game, will lose the enhancement materials. After reading the specific explanation of the assimilation function several times, Roger took a deep breath, then opened the space store on his body and took out the cosmic cube. The space stone in the cosmic cube is one of the cosmic level treasures. In terms of level, it definitely meets the standard of assimilation. But the problem is that Roger himself is not sure whether the assimilation can be successful. Although the loss of the space stone will not have any impact on the world, if he loses the space stone just like that, he will still feel a little heartbroken. However, even if the space stone is gone, the person who is most heartbroken will not be him, but Thanos. After thinking for nearly a minute, he finally made a decision. Take a gamble. Even if he loses the bet, he will at most lose the space stone, and there will be no other impact. But if he wins the bet, he will have the string fruit that assimilates the power of the space stone. Although he doesn't know what the string fruit has, after assimilating the space stone, it will be stronger than the current string fruit anyway. He did what he said and hardened his right hand with the armament haki. Then, he crushed the cosmic cube roughly as if he had crushed glass, revealing the true appearance of the small space gem inside. Looking at the space gem in his palm, Roger swallowed his saliva and then let white silk threads flow out from the palm of his right hand, wrapping the space gem tightly. When the club's young model lose and go to work in the sea, gambling does not necessarily mean losing. Assimilation. Roger did not hesitate at all and activated the assimilation function after the system upgrade. PS. Happy May Day to everyone. This is a long chapter with more than 4,000 words. I hope you enjoy reading it. In addition, everyone must be incompatible with gambling and drugs and never ever try it. Chapter 124. Strengthening the string fruit. The assimilation function that the system spent so much time to upgrade was not as magical as Roger imagined. It could even be said to be a bit mediocre. The space gem wrapped in the silk thread did not have any abnormalities, not even a strong energy fluctuation, and turned into a blue light that poured into the silk thread. Along the silk thread, these blue lights slowly flowed into his body. Then, everything returned to calm. When the blue light completely disappeared, Roger released the silk thread in his palm and looked at his palm with confusion. That's it? Except for the disappearance of the space gem, he did not feel any changes. A few seconds later, he opened the system again and set his sights on the main fruit, the string fruit. Devil fruit, main, string fruit LV4, assimilation, space gem. From the displayed information, the string fruit successfully assimilated the space gem. After closing the system page, he summoned the silk thread of the string fruit again. The silk thread produced by the string fruit will normally appear white when he needed it, such as when he cast the 5-color line or the shadow riding line. The silk thread would change to different colors according to his needs. But at this time, without any manipulation of these silk threads, the silk threads that were supposed to be white turned into blue-white silk threads. To be precise, it was not blue-white, but white silk threads emitting a faint blue light. Is this the change? After assimilating the space gem, judging from the appearance alone, the silk threads of the thread fruit did not change much. However, when he tried to manipulate these silk threads, he immediately found the difference. Space attribute. The silk threads, which were not normal substances, now had strange space attributes. Interesting. After discovering this, Roger showed a satisfied smile on his face. In the next week, he did not go anywhere, not even to the company, and lived a life between the apartment and the training room. After a week of adaptation and exploration, he not only thoroughly understood the ability of the thread fruit after assimilating the space gem, but also developed some new moves for these silk threads with space attributes. In short, the thread fruit is still the devil fruit that can create and manipulate silk threads. The only change is that the manufactured silk thread has a spatial attribute that did not exist before. This spatial attribute is mainly reflected in 3 aspects. First, the cutting ability of the silk thread is strengthened. Although the silk thread before assimilation has a very good sharpness, it can easily cut the human body, steel, buildings and other things. But after having the spatial attribute, the cutting ability of the silk thread has been qualitatively improved. More importantly, the silk thread now has the ability to cut space. This is something that the previous silk thread could not do. Second, the toughness of the silk thread is strengthened. Although the previous silk thread was also very tough, enough to withstand the cutting of most weapons and knives, and has terrifying toughness. But there is no way to destroy these silk threads. Hulk once used brute force to tear these silk threads apart. But now, the silk thread with spatial attributes has brought some mysterious colors that cannot be explained by science. Of course, this does not mean that these silk threads are indestructible, but it is relatively more difficult to tear and destroy. If the first 2 enhancements only strengthen the original abilities of the silk thread, then the third change brought by the assimilation of the space gem is a brand new ability. After assimilating the space gem, Roger successfully touched the space power and could use these space powers through silk threads. Using space power sounds good, but there is a small problem. That is, these space powers need to be used through silk threads. Take the easiest space teleportation ability as an example. If he wants to open a portal, he needs to use silk threads to make a portal. Simply put, it is to use silk threads to circle around and make a circular portal. Of course, square or triangular portals are also possible, but they all need to use silk threads to make the door frame of the portal. Making a space portal is just an ordinary application, and Roger's favorite is not this. What he likes most is to use the spatial properties of silk threads to allow himself or the target to transfer in space. To give a simple example, now he can exchange positions with the clone doll of the Shadow Rider line at any time. He can also exchange positions with any object touched or bound by the silk thread, or let the touched object break through the distance of space and appear directly in front of him. After possessing the spatial attribute, the thread no longer needs to fly to the target or attack the target as before, but can directly appear from the space near the target. This not only greatly improves the concealment of the thread attack, but also makes the thread attack more mysterious. Don Quixote Group. How is Daisy and Cora's training recently? Roger sat on the sofa chair and asked Sharon Carter in front of him in a calm tone. They both completed the training of the combat course well, but Daisy is more talented than Cora in agent training. In addition, Daisy has shown a very high talent in the field of hacking. She is like a natural hacker. Sharon Carter wore a close-fitting black all uniform today, which perfectly showed her curves and revealed a hint of the capable atmosphere of a businesswoman. Who is Daisy's hacker teacher? A hacker found from the hacker organization Tide, named. Sharon Carter hadn't finished speaking when Roger interrupted her. Tell him to go back and remind him not to tell anyone about teaching Daisy. If he can't do it, let Bucky take someone to visit him. Roger frowned slightly after hearing that the hacker teacher Sharon arranged for Daisy was a hacker from the Tide Rising organization. The Tide Rising organization is a hacker organization that specializes in exposing confidential information of the government or other organizations. In their words, it ensures that everyone has full right to know. Roger has never dealt with the Tide Rising organization before, but he doesn't have a good impression of this organization. The philosophy of the Tide Rising organization, to put it nicely, is to ensure everyone's right to know. To put it bluntly, they are a group of guys who specialize in digging out other people's privacy and exposing it. He can't like such a group of people. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. After Sharon Carter left the office, Roger used the silk thread portal that he had just researched and came from the office to Dr. Kana's laboratory. After assimilating the space gem, the space door of the Door-to-Door Fruit changed from his preferred space movement move to a spare tire. His new love now is a circular portal constructed with silk thread. As soon as Roger arrived at the laboratory, Dr. Kana's in a white coat came over with an excited look on his face. Are those blood samples and biological samples that you sent last time in humans? I want to meet them both. It was the first time that Roger saw Dr. Kana's look so excited. Even when he developed the reducing agent for the lizard gene agent, he didn't see the doctor so excited. What's wrong? What did you research? I found the key to the evolution of life in them, an opportunity for the current human beings to evolve again. Dr. Kana's tone was extremely enthusiastic, like a pirate who found a treasure. Let them meet you, that's no problem. But you may be disappointed with the opportunity for the evolution of life you just mentioned. In humans are the product of the biological experiments conducted by the Kree people. They are specially developed biological weapons. They are not the advanced life you imagine. You can think of them as humans after genetic adjustment. Dr. Kana's was so excited because he didn't know the origin of the Inhumans. Although it is cruel to break other people's dreams, in order to prevent Dr. Kana's from wasting energy on these meaningless things, Roger could only break his beautiful fantasy. Sure enough, after hearing Roger's explanation, Dr. Kana's face quickly dimmed, and the whole person instantly lost. Looking at Dr. Kana's current appearance, Roger sighed helplessly. At first, he just wanted Dr. Kana's to study the superpowers of the Inhumans, but he didn't expect that Dr. Kana's actually studied the evolution of life. Let's talk about evolution later. Have you found anything about the superpowers of the Inhumans? Roger patted Dr. Kana's on the shoulder and continued. The principle is unclear. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this is the power generated by the mutation of life. As for what you said before, copying or transplanting their superpowers. From the current point of view, copying is not very realistic, but obtaining the other party's abilities through the transplantation of biological tissues is not a big problem. The principle of transplantation is similar to that of heart transplantation. As long as there is no rejection reaction, there will basically be no problem. But how much superpowers can be obtained after the transplantation? This requires a lot of transplantation tests to confirm. Dr. Kana sorted out his emotions and answered quickly. Okay, I understand. If there is a suitable opportunity in the future, I will conduct specific transplantation experiments. Roger knew a long time ago that the superpowers of the aliens can be transplanted. However, what he really wants is not transplantation, but replication. Transplantation is just transferring the superpowers of the aliens to humans, and the person with superpowers is still just one person. But if it is copied, then what you have is not one superpower person, but an army of superpowers. If it is just one superpower person, unless that superpower is very special, otherwise, it will not be very valuable. After talking with Dr. Connors, Roger used the silk portal again, and came to Koichi, who had changed his career from a ninja killer to an intelligence officer. After spending a lot of money, the Don Quixote group finally established a relatively good intelligence network. Some ninjas of the Handan Society became the first batch of intelligence officers of the Don Quixote group. And Koichi is the current intelligence director. How is the search for Baron Zemo going? After taking a look at the intelligence center transformed from a safe house, Roger asked Koichi. Through the intelligence sharing with the Osborne group, we have roughly locked Baron Zemo in a country in Western Europe. Which country is it? We can't determine it yet. Koichi answered respectfully. Continue to increase the search efforts. In addition, send the information of the remnants of Hydra to General Ross. The remnants of Hydra are spread all over the world. With the ability of the Don Quixote group, it is difficult to hunt them all down. So, Roger generously threw these guys to General Ross. Okay, young master. After learning about the progress of Baron Zemo's search, he left the intelligence center and returned to the company's office. Although Baron Zemo's hiding was somewhat beyond his expectations, he was not in a hurry in general. The task deadline given by the system was 1 year, and now not even 1/3 of the time had passed, so he still had enough time to handle this task. After handling the company's daily affairs, that is, after signing various documents, he called Daisy and Cora to the office. Compared with the first time they met, Daisy and Cora have changed a lot. Of course, this change is not a change in appearance, but a change in temperament. Although Roger did not ask Sharon Carter how she trained the two of them, he was sure of one thing, that is, Sharon Carter's training effect was good. You have been here for a while, you should know that this is not an ordinary company. Is there any department you want to go to? You can be greedy for someone's body, but you still have to do what you should do. Even Sharon Carter usually needs to help Roger share the pressure of work. Don Quixote group does not keep idle people. I want to go to the action department. Cora, the elder sister, said first. Compared with Daisy, Cora is much more outgoing, or more lively. Can I go to the intelligence department? Daisy also gave her answer. Neither the action department nor the intelligence department is a formal department within the group. Simply put, neither of these two departments does anything legal. The intelligence department is the intelligence center currently managed by JIE. The people in it are mainly divided into two categories. One is the intelligence personnel who collect intelligence outside, and the other is the technicians who stay in the intelligence center to provide technical support, such as hacking into surveillance cameras, or monitoring target mobile phones, etc. As for the action department, there are not many people at present, only Bucky and his Winter Soldier team, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and some of the Hands and Ninjas injected with enhanced serum. Since you have decided, then you will go to these two departments, but before that, you two have one thing to do. What is it? Daisy and Cora asked in unison. Fight with me, use what you have learned during this period, and your own superpowers. If you can hurt me, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Roger knew what Daisy's superpowers were, but until now, he had not seen their superpowers with his own eyes. So before assigning them to other departments, He planned to satisfy his curiosity first and take a look at Daisy's true strength. Chapter 125, Sparring. In the forest on the outskirts of New York. After Daisy and Cora agreed, Roger used the silk thread portal to bring them here. Although this is not a real battle, you'd better show all your strength. Before the battle began, Roger reminded Daisy and Cora. Although Daisy and Cora had awakened their superpowers a long time ago, Jirine had never let them participate in any actual combat. The usual training was mainly training in superpower control. So what kind of combat power the two of them had, not to mention Roger, even their mother Jirine didn't know. When Roger threw the suit jacket into the alien space in his body, Daisy and Cora looked at each other. Then, they decisively attacked Roger. They both raised their right hands at the same time and used their superpowers without saying a word. The orange-yellow energy rays and transparent shockwaves flew towards Roger at the same time. Line wall. Just as Daisy and Cora launched the attack, a white line wall emitting light blue light and with several dog head reliefs on the front appeared in front of Roger. Boom. The orange-yellow energy and transparent shockwaves hit the wire wall fiercely, and a deafening crash sounded. Before the explosion faded, Roger jumped out from behind the wire wall. He jumped onto the wire wall with great ease, tapped the wire wall with his toes, and flew towards Daisy and her sister like a cannonball. While attacking Daisy and her sister, a white wire stick more than 1 meter long appeared in his right hand. As he mastered more and more moves, Roger rarely used silk threads to condense into wire knives, wire sticks and other melee cold weapons. But now, he used this move again. Roger was very fast, but Daisy and her sister's reaction was not slow. Before he came to Daisy and her sister with the long stick in his hand, Daisy and Cora launched a second wave of attacks. Just like before, Daisy and Cora still fired orange-yellow energy and transparent shockwaves. In just a blink of an eye, the energy ray and shockwave came to Roger. However, just when the energy ray and shockwave were about to hit him, he made a move that was completely unexpected by Daisy and her sister. The white stick made of silk thread was thrown out like a javelin, and it flew towards Daisy. Space replacement. The white stick disappeared from Daisy's sight not long after it flew out. Instead, Roger, who was about to be hit by the energy ray and shockwave, replaced it. Through the spatial power obtained after assimilating the space gem, Roger instantly switched his position with the white stick, making the stick the target of attack, and he took the opportunity to get rid of the attack. In his opinion, the effect of spatial replacement is somewhat similar to the substitution technique in the next door Naruto world, both of which use other objects to replace themselves to bear the attack. The only difference is that spatial replacement also involves spatial power. The white stick hit by the energy ray and shockwave was instantly blown away, and Roger took the opportunity to come in front of Daisy and the others. Facing Daisy and Cora, who obviously had not reacted yet, he was not polite and swung his fist with lightning. Bang, bang. In a flash, he threw 2 punches in succession. Daisy and Cora didn't even have time to take a defensive stance before they were hit in the lower abdomen by him. Severe pain spread throughout their bodies in an instant. For Daisy and Cora, Roger's fist could be considered powerful and heavy. But in fact, he didn't use much strength and even deliberately controlled his strength. Although Daisy and Cora both have superpowers, their physiques are still normal people. If Roger didn't hold back, these 2 punches could kill them directly. Daisy and Cora, who were hit in the lower abdomen by him, couldn't help but cover their stomachs and put on pain masks at the same time. They still have too little experience. Looking at the painful expressions on Daisy and Cora's faces, Roger didn't continue to attack them and silently stepped back a few steps. Although he knew that Daisy and Cora had no combat experience, their performance was worse than he thought. It was so easy to be close to the enemy, and the attack method of superpowers was a bit too monotonous. "Is this all your strength?" Roger asked. Daisy and Cora didn't answer him, but just looked up at him. Then, the two of them attacked in perfect harmony. Cora's body shone with an orange-yellow light, and Daisy's body was surging with circles of shockwaves. Without any communication, they attacked Roger at the same time. Unlike the previous use of superpowers to perform long-range attacks, this time, they decisively changed their tactics. They attacked Roger from the left and right at the same time, using the fighting skills they learned from Sharon Carter. However, before their fists reached Roger, they were slapped away like baseballs. It's a bit of progress. I can actually combine my superpowers with fighting, but it's still not enough. Roger felt the feeling of slapping Daisy and Cora just now, and said seriously, because of gender, he couldn't slap them in the face, so he could only use a relatively gentle method to slap them on the chest and slap them away. Although the contact time was short, he had already felt the difference between Daisy and Cora. Cora was worthy of being the older sister, and was relatively more majestic. As for Daisy, perhaps because she looks more Asian, her majesty is a little less than Cora's. However, considering that Daisy has only been an adult for a short time, she still has a certain amount of room for growth in the future, so Roger can't say for sure what she will become in the end. Although they were slapped away by Roger, or pushed away, Daisy and Cora did not suffer much damage. Except for a little chest tightness and shortness of breath at the beginning, they did not suffer too obvious damage. Maybe they were a little unhappy after being hit twice in a row, or maybe they finally realized the gap between themselves and Roger. In the following battles, their performances were better and better. Of course, they can have the opportunity to come back again and again, which is inseparable from Roger's holding back. More than half an hour later, Daisy and Cora lay on the grass with messy hair and sweat on their heads, gasping for breath. Unlike Daisy and the others who were limp on the ground, Roger was calm at this time, and he had an indescribable sense of ease. Fighting with Daisy and the other two, or rather, being their sparring partner for more than half an hour, he not only did not feel any fatigue, but he did not even sweat a drop. The superpowers you two have awakened are good, but you have not exerted their due power at all. In other words, you have wasted your talents. Keep practicing. Now you may not be able to defeat even ordinary people in the army, let alone powerful enemies. After saying that, Roger did not help Daisy and the other two, but controlled the silk thread to lift them up, and brought them back to the Don Quixote building. After handing Daisy and the other two over to Sharon Carter, and asking her to increase the level of Daisy and the other two's future training, he left the office, and returned to his apartment. Although Daisy and the other two's performance was a little worse than he expected, Roger was not too disappointed considering that they had not participated in any battles before, and were not particularly old. You have to eat one bite at a time. It is obviously not realistic to want to become fat in a short period of time. Time passed day by day, and soon, more than half a month had passed. After fighting with Roger and suffering their first crushing defeat in their lives, Daisy and Cora gave up their plans to go to other departments and put all their energy into cultivation. Roger did not say anything about their decision, but only told Sharon Carter to keep an eye on Daisy and Cora's bodies to prevent them from accidentally practicing themselves out of practice. While Daisy and Cora were practicing frantically, he was not idle either and continued to develop and improve the string fruit. After having the magma fruit and the glitter fruit, he relaxed a lot on the practice of the string fruit. Since there was nothing particularly urgent now, he planned to raise the level of the string fruit to LV5 to prepare for the awakening of the string fruit. However, I don't know if it was because of the assimilation of the space gem, but when practicing the string fruit, he found a very serious problem. The level upgrade, which was not easy to achieve, became even more difficult after the assimilation of the space gem. Although he spent more than half a month practicing the string fruit, he still did not see the hope of upgrading the string fruit. Of course, the practice during this period was not without any benefits. After this period of training, his control over the silk thread has become more detailed. To give a simple example, before, he could only control one avatar puppet of the Shadow Rider line, but now, he can control two at the same time. After discovering that he could increase the number of avatar puppets of the Shadow Rider line, the 2 puppet techniques of the White Secret technique, the 10 people of the Niamatsu and the Red Secret technique, the 100 machines practice emerged unconsciously in his mind. Maybe one day he can also control 10 or even 100 avatar puppets of the Shadow Rider line at a time. Although this goal seems a bit far-fetched, it may not be impossible to achieve it if he keeps practicing. However, after the number of avatar puppets of the Shadow Rider line increased from 1 to 2, the most common thing he did was not to control 2 avatars to fight at the same time, but to control the 2 avatars to play a landlord together. Just when he was about to increase the number of avatar puppets to 3 and upgrade landlord to Majing, Jai, who was in charge of the intelligence department, suddenly sent a message. After receiving Jai's report, Roger did not even change his training clothes and cast the silk thread portal to the intelligence center. What exactly is going on? Baron Zemo took the initiative to find our intelligence personnel and said he wanted to meet you, young master. Jai answered quickly. In fact, Jai is now full of questions. Did he say anything else? Roger continued to ask. No. Our intelligence personnel are taking him back and are expected to return to New York in 10 hours. Okay, I know. You will notify me when he arrives. After saying that, Roger left the intelligence center and returned to the apartment where he lived. Although he didn't know what Baron Zemo was planning, he was sure of one thing, that is, the Tremor Fruit that he still longed for should be available soon. 10 hours later, in a manor in the suburbs of New York. You want to see me? It shouldn't be, because you are tired of living. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? In the study, Roger said to Baron Zemo. I don't know how Hydra offended you, but I don't think I have offended you. So if you don't mind, I want to talk to you about a deal. Baron Zemo, wearing a brown leather coat, had a calm face, without revealing any nervousness or fear. Trade? I don't think you are qualified to talk to me about a deal. For ordinary people, Baron Zemo is rich and powerful, and he also has a certain fighting power. But for Roger, there is nothing about Baron Zemo that interests him. Whether I'm qualified or not, you will know after reading this. After saying that, Baron Zemo took out a black USB flash drive from his jacket pocket. Looking at the USB flash drive handed over by Baron Zemo, Roger looked at him in confusion. Before sending Baron Zemo to the manor, Jai and others conducted a detailed body search on him. Except for the clothes on his body, there should be no items on Baron Zemo. Even his purple hood was taken away by Jai and others. Where did you hide this USB drive? Roger didn't want to take it, as he thought of some not so good pictures. Do you still care about this? Baron Zemo asked back. Of course. Roger refused to touch the USB drive in Baron Zemo's hand, pointed to the laptop on the table and said, open it yourself. Baron Zemo smiled, then stood up, inserted the USB drive into the laptop, and opened the files inside. There weren't many files in the USB drive, only a dozen pages. The rest were some photos and videos. After watching the photos and videos, Roger was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, can you ensure the authenticity of these things? If it wasn't true, how could I dare to come to see you? By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. I've quit Hydra. I handed over everything in Hydra to those fanatical guys. Baron Zemo's tone was very relaxed and sounded very sincere, but Roger didn't choose to believe it at the first time. Whether he quit Hydra or not, he didn't have the final say, only the system had the final say. The system determined that he was not Hydra, then he really quit Hydra. Otherwise, no matter how much he said, Roger would not mind breaking his neck. After carefully looking at Baron Zemo for a few seconds, he opened the system and took a look at the bounty mission. Advanced bounty mission, obtain the cosmic cube and destroy SHIELD and Hydra. Advanced reward, destroy 2 organizations. Tremor Fruit, mission progress, incomplete. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.